اليوم السبت 18 أكتوبر 2025. بعد التحية والاحترام، تحالف الشعب الاستوائي يرحب بكم جميعا في حلقة جديدة غير معتادة، يعني هي عن رسالة الاستوائيين عن اليوم الثقافي أو المؤتمر الثقافي تم في أستراليا ولاية كوينزلاند مدينة بريسبن. نشكر الحضور الكريم ونقول لكم طابت أوقاتكم أينما كنتم. الحلقة الليلة أكيد نحن حنتكلم عن أهمية التواصل مع القاعدة من أجل بناء وتعزيز العلاقات من أجل المصلحة العامة، ودعم زيارة الدكتور حكيم دارو رئيس تحالف الشعب الاستوائي، عضو المكتب السياسي الدكتورة ألما. الجزئية الثانية اللي هو التفاعل الاستوائي على مستوى الأرض مع برنامج تحالف الشعب الاستوائي، وده شيء بقى ظاهر أنه الأحوال السياسية في البلد بقت تمشي من سيء إلى أسوأ، وده بيحتاج لميكانيزم آلية سياسية محددة، لأنه القضايا العامة ما بتتحل بالكلام بتاع أنا عندي كده، لابد أن يكون في جسم يخاض بالقضايا دي. يعني هي ما شعر بتاع أغاني مثلا عتيق غنى أحمد المصطفى لحن وما عارف بشير عباس لحن، لا، القضايا دي شائكة وبتحتاج لعمل، بالذات في فترة حرجة زي دي. نحن وصلنا شنو مفترق الطريق. الجزئية قبل الأخيرة اللي هي احتياجات المرحلة السياسية. المرحلة السياسية لازم تكون ماشية مع الوضع مرتبط بالمواطنين ذاتهم. الحاصل شنو؟ ما لازم يحصل تفاعل هنا، وعشان نقفل كل الأحداث دي مع بعض لابد أنه نتكلم عن الراهن السياسي بطريقة عامة. ونحن هنا نرسل صوت الشكر لإخواتنا أو الاستوائيين في أستراليا، وده ديدن الاستوائيين، يعني الترابط الثقافي المجتمعي مع بالنسبة للإيكاتوريا في أي محل عندهم روابطهم هن، سواء كان الروابط بتاع المكونات يعني كل مكون، سواء كان المظلة العامة اللي هي بتجمع الشعوب الاستوائية دي اللي هو إيكاتوريا كده إيكاتوريا كده، وده شيء كويس، لكن برضه بنحتاج لعمل سياسي. ما خلاص الوضع انفلت من اليد. أنا أقول لكل الحضور مرحب بكم. لو أي إنسان عنده أي إضافة وعنده أي استفسار، خاصية بتاعت الليد هنا مفتوحة. معانا هنا في الستيج الدكتور حكيم دارو رئيس التحالف، وأخونا أستاذ أيكو عضو المكتب السياسي، ونشكرهم لحضورهم. ونحن في انتظار دكتور ألمو، هي كان من الناس المشت هنا. مرحب بك دكتور حكيم دارو، لك المنصة.
شكرا جيمس، مشكور للمقدمة. Thanks for the introduction. أول حاجة في المقام الأول عايزين نحيي كل الحضور في المنصة هنا، وتحياتنا الحارة لأحبابنا قطاعات بتاعت الشعب الاستوائي في أستراليا، وبرضو بالتحديد في بريسبن. My greetings to all of you here in the room, and special greetings to all people and members of our community in Australia generally, and also more specifically in Brisbane. So today I think is only fit for us to share our experiences, our recent experience in particular, of visiting Australia for the first time. We were invited to Australia by the community there, the Equatoria community, and it was a great honor that the invitation was extended to us to go to Australia, because there was actually a Equatoria Day Celebration in Brisbane on the 5th of October. And so we, journeyed for almost a whole day, because, Australia is far, off the mark from here. And we had to detour, go through Shanghai in China. And then we connected from China to Australia. So it was quite a journey and also quite an experience. But it was a very good experience. This was the first time for me to fly for nearly over 20 hours, right? The first leg of the journey was like about 11 hours, and then staying in Shanghai for another 5 hours, and then proceeding to Brisbane for another 9 hours. So it was almost like in excess of 20 hours. So, but it was worth it. This was a journey that was really very important for us. It's to do with Equatoria, and it's to do with connecting with our people. As we've always said, EPA, our main focus is really to work at the grassroots level, to be with the people, because we, as we expressed this and made declarations in the past since 2020, we worked very hard to try to rally the people of Equatoria together, so that we can all work together, because the future of the country is uncertain. يعني المستقبل بتاعت الدولة بتاعتنا في جنوب السودان مستقبل ما مشرق، مستقبل يعني أشابه كثير من المرض وأشابه كثير من الفشل. So which also started to present a threat, an existential threat to Equatoria, as many of our people, more than 1 million of our people, are forced to flee their homes in Equatoria and take refuge in Uganda, in DRC, in Khartoum, Sudan previously, and also in places like Egypt, and of course in diaspora. And so that's the situation, the stark situation that we're facing in the country. So it was befitting of us to accept the invitation from Equatorial community in Brisbane. And they simply just wanted to, they have heard and listened to us, our voices always in the social media or in Clubhouse, and also in addition to the statements, the public statements that we have issued from time to time, the press releases اللي احنا طلعناه وقدمناه في الإعلام. الحاجات دي كلها طبعا كانت عندها أثر يعني، والكلمة والكلام اللي بيتقال دائما بيسافر برضه يعني. فطوال على مدار بتاعت السنة اللي فاتت والسنة دي هنا كنا دائما في كلاب هاوس هنا بنتكلم باسم بتاعت الاستوائية، لأنه ما في أي جهة تانية بتتكلم في قضايا بتاعت استوائية وبتشخص في المشاكل اللي تضرب الاستوائية والمشاكل بتحيط بالاستوائية. So we wanted to put mainly our focus on issues to do with Equatoria. So it was therefore befitting that the invitation was extended to us, because we're the most the most forefront on this issue of addressing the تطلعات بتاعت الاستوائية, the people's aspirations and so on. So we went to Australia. We were, highly welcome there. We want to thank again once more to our community and its leadership in Equatoria, in Australia. I mean, there's a huge population of Equatorians in Australia, and they're all kind of spread around the country. But let's say, for example, you have Equatorians in Melbourne, in Sydney, in Brisbane, in Perth, and various other places. But this specific invitation was extended to us from the community in Brisbane. And the community is quite large there as well, regardless. I mean, relatively, compared to, say, for example, in the UK, you have over 3,000 or nearly 3,000 and more Equatorians based in Brisbane. So the Equatoria Day celebration, which took place on the 5th of October, was attended by not less than 1,000 members of our community. The capacity of the hall that the event was being celebrated in took about up to 1,000, so up to about 1,000 maximum capacity. But not many people also came to the event, and but nonetheless, this presence was quite significant. We can't master these kind of numbers in Europe, for example, or here in the UK. We don't have that size. We can't match the numbers of Equatorians that that we have in Brisbane. So we were welcome on the day, and we were also treated with honors. We were really given the highest accorded hospitality you can think of. If you were there, all of this is on video footage, and the video footage was played live, which is great. So we want to thank the leadership of Equatoria community in Brisbane. We have a young leadership in Brisbane, young people who grew up. Some of them grew up in the camps, and then when they're very young, and went to the university there. They graduated now, and they work, and earning their income, living decent lives, and we wish them the best. We really wish them the best. The younger generation seems to have sort of recognized now that Equatorians, given their numbers in Australia, they could organize the community better, and they're very energetic as well. So, what was the key thing? And the key thing to this crop of leadership of young intellectuals and young Equatorians in Brisbane, in Australia generally, was that they wanted to see the unity of the people of Equatoria. And they have heard us talking about the unity of the people of Equatoria. So they wanted us to come closer and communicate this message and share this message, and also celebrate it. Celebrate the unity of Equatoria and celebrate the identity of the people of Equatoria. So that was the most interesting part, because I was given the opportunity, together with my colleague, to talk on two subjects: the unity of Equatoria and the identity of Equatoria. How do we define the unity of Equatoria? Do we have unity today? Have we achieved the unity of the people of Equatoria, or are we united already? And if there is any indication that people of Equatoria are not united, so what's our vision for the unity of the people of Equatoria, right? And then the other issue was the issue of identity. مسألة بتاعت الهوية. لأنه عدد بتاعت الاستوائيين هناك كبير جدا، وبعدين في أطفال برضو، أطفال صغار يتربوا هناك، ويا دوب بيجوا بتلقاهم في عمر 6 وعمر 7 سنوات وعمر 11 سنة، all the spectrum up to about 18, okay? And these kids go to universities or to schools, and sometimes they're being asked questions about, where do you come from? What's your identity? And so on. شفت كيف؟ فكان اللي بيحصل دائما حسب ما سمعنا. There are also other communities. By the way, the total number of South Sudanese in Australia is about 50,000. 50,000 جنوبيين in Australia. Okay? And then you have a split, maybe one third, that sort of thing. بتلقى انه في نوير وفي دينكا وفي Equatorians. Okay? So بتلقى انه مثلا في question بتاعت identity, people who are from the Dinka ethnic stock or social group, they identify themselves first as Dinka and then South Sudanese, right? The Nuer also likewise identify themselves as Nuer and then South Sudanese. Okay. Now, when it comes to Equatorians, it's kind of because of the wars that have taken place, the massacres that have been committed in Equatoria. مثلا زي اهو قتل Equatorians في كاجوكيجي، قتل Equatorians في اسم شنو ده في منغالا, في Eastern Equatoria, في Terkeka, and all of these places, all these massacres that have been, recounted from one time to another, right? So it is a little bit, Equatorians are unsure whether they are South Sudanese. And how do they identify as South Sudanese? Because there's an onslaught on Equatorians, because الدولة ذاتها التشكيل بتاعتها مثلا representation of South Sudan abroad. You only see mostly Nuer and Dinka, but you don't see Equatorians at the forefront. They are not represented in the structures of the state. وبالتالي it becomes very difficult for them to identify themselves as South Sudanese. They identify, as South Sudanese with difficulty, with reservations. Even Finas Tanin Bishufan, they are not South Sudanese, but they are Equatorians. So this is how things have kind of reached. On the one hand, people want to identify themselves as South Sudanese, but then South Sudan is not equitable. It's not represented by all of these different, communities. There are two main communities that are dominating the identity of South Sudan. There is no, ما في خانة للidentity بتاعت القبائل الثانية. بس الخانة الموجودة خانة بتاعت هوية بتاعت مثلا Dinka or Nuer. So it is congested with Dinka and Nuer only. The state is represented as Dinka and Nuer, and it's being projected like that. And even the government in South Sudan is mostly Dinka and Nuer. So if the officials are traveling or going abroad, those officials are either Dinka or they are Nuer. Whether they go to China, whether they go to India, whether they go to Australia, it's just, Dinka. And that's the reality that we're seeing in the country. The way the government is, is so-called government is structured. كلها شنو؟ كلها حكومة بتاع دينكا and هنا ونوير وقاعدين يلخبطوا الجنوب هسه. يعني شوف هسه الحاصل, the trial of Riek Machar, all of them, all the people who have been accused and charged and being tried are Nuer, and those who are prosecuting are Dinka. Maybe there are a few, one or two Equatorians أنا ما أعرف. لكن اخذ مثلا يعني زي قول the chief justice is a Dinka, okay, the president is a Dinka, the chief of defense is a Dinka, the chief of the minister of defense is a Dinka, and the chief of staff is a Dinka. It's all Dinka متوالية, يعني متوالية بتاع Dinka في اي هنا في اي مثلا مؤسسة حكومية. And then, so this is impacting and affecting the identity of Equatorians. فعشان كده Australia تبتشوفون Equatorians are unsure. They are unsure whether they should identify themselves as South Sudanese while they are being discriminated against, right? Where they are not equitably represented in the institutions of the state, and there is dominance as if this country only belongs to the Jane, or the country only belongs to the Dinka. So this is the question of identity that is confronting the young people who are growing up. There's nothing that they see. Perhaps people are not proud to identify themselves as South Sudanese. So how do you address this bridge? Address this gap. يا الصغار القاعدين يتربوا ده هتقول لهم شو انتوا جنوبيين انتوا استوائيين, these are questions. So عشان كده يعني في قضايا بقت ملحة. يعني there are certain urgent issues that are emergent in our Equatorial society in Brisbane, for example, or in Melbourne, or in other cities. So the question of identity is, so how the young people are going to be identifying themselves. Do they just identify themselves as Australians, or they identify themselves as South Sudanese, or they identify themselves as Australian and Equatorians? فأنت عندك menu بتاع اختيار. يعني you can choose from these different options. Yeah, do you identify yourself as Equatorian? You identify yourself as Equatorian and a South Sudanese, or you identify yourself as a Mahdi or an Acholi or a Didinga, or and you just and then Equatorian and then South Sudanese, or how do you communicate this to the young people who are growing up there? So فعشان كده the majority view is that we are Equatorians, essentially, especially the generations الجو من جنوب السودان. خليك من الأطفال اللي اتربوا هنا. الأطفال اللي اتربوا هناك you need to transfer knowledge to them, also knowledge about their identity and so on. So القدامي الاستوائيين القدامي لسه بيشوفوا أنفسهم of course كاستوائيين وما إلى ذلك. And then now they need to educate and communicate this cultural identity as well as the political identity, which they are not certain about, because the state does not represent all of South Sudanese, and it is a Jeng state. It's being perceived as a Jeng state, or as Jeng stroke, slash Nuer state. It's not. It's Equatoria. Equatoria is not included in this, although the territory of Equatoria falls inside South Sudan, as it's known, politically. Like they are not necessarily enjoying the same rights, or proudly identify themselves as South Sudanese, for example, because then they don't have a role to play. What the people who have a role to play are the Jeng, and then the Nuer, and then some few Equatorians, you could say, some few Equatorians. So, فالحصل انه شنو؟ كل social groups in Equatoria, of which there are about 35 groups, okay? قالوا انه احسن حاجه and we should celebrate our diversity and our identity as Equatorians. But we can bring all of these different social groups together to celebrate our different cultures. For that day, on the 5th of October, the stage was full of all the different, representative social groups الموجودة في Brisbane, from Equatoria. Okay, so and this celebration is kind of performed in the form of dance. The cultural dances that all of these, beautiful dances that communities in Equatoria. For example, Kakwa, who started the first show, presented themselves as a Kakwa community and identified themselves as such, but they identified themselves as Equatorians. So they played and demonstrated their cultural traditions and so on. Beautiful songs. People were really warming up to that. We celebrated those songs, culture, and traditions, and so on. And then there was also soon after that, after the Kakwa, it was I think it was the Nyangwara. Nyangwara were also they came in force. The good thing is that like when the Kakwa came to dance, okay, the kids are part of this. عيال صغار أعمارهم 5 سنة 6 سنة 7 سنة وكده لابسين أتا, which is traditional and is chosen by the community and their leadership to identify themselves with a certain way of dressing. كويس؟ فالعيال الصغار كانوا بيلعبوا نفس الدانس بتاع الناس الكبار. In that way, they start to learn about their culture, where they came from, the roots. Right? When كانوا هم في Australia, okay? But they dance their traditional dances, their cultural dances, in order for the kids to also start picking it up, to begin to identify themselves, and their cultural heritage, where they came from, with Jasur, or the bridges that need to be built between here in Australia, for example, the social environment in Australia and the, social environment back in Equatoria. So the Mundare also did the same. The Mundare came and they jam and they dance. We joined in the dance, by the way. Both of us, me and Alma, we joined in the dance. We really loved it. We enjoyed it. So all of the different social groups that were represented there, the Otuho, the Azandi, and many groups. يعني begin really to see the beauty of the diversity. يعني بدل ما instead of just singing one song, right, or seeing one dance, you see more dances and you see the variety, right? But if you compare this to like only two communities are dancing, then you will emerge with sort of like, you know, the dance of this, the style of this community and the style of that community. One and two. مش كده أكون اتنين بس. لكن في وضع الاستوائية فيها 35 قبيلة، يعني في 35 social groups. وده كله ما بيلعبوا نفس الدانس. They have different traditions. They have different ways of dancing. So you can see that it's actually very interesting. One dance is different from the other, and the other is different from the other. معناه شنو؟ This is creativity. They are not all dancing the same, you know, dance, but they are dancing different things. Okay? معناه شنو؟ هم بيشوفوا للحياة بطريقة مختلفة، مش كده؟ They all look at life in a different way, but also in a very holistic manner. يعني bringing all of these different perspectives, different cultures together is what makes up a nation. Okay? That is exactly what makes up the nation. The nation is at ease with itself. يعني 35 قبيلة ده, they all played out in the stage and consider and regard themselves as Equatorians, because many of these groups were singing and they were also singing Equatorian. يعني عندهم في هنا بتاعتهم القبيلة كويس، في القومة بتاعتهم القبيلة في فوق Equatoria. They were singing Equatorian, right? So, for example, you have the Kakwa. They will, you know, sing in their tradition and so on, and then another song they are singing Equatorian, and then everybody joins in that. So they are part of Equatoria, but you know that does not minimize the fact that they are also a Kakwa community, right? There were many songs which celebrated Equatoria and celebrated this specific social group. فده كان يعني حاجة ممتاز جدا, and it conveys the unity of the people of Equatoria. And all of these groups came with their children. جمع أطفال بتاعتهم, and they were in different age groups. The Otuho, for example, they came and danced. البنات الصغار 5 سنة 6 سنة, you know, probably some of you have seen that in the video footage. شفت كيف؟ And that's the beauty of it. That's really the meaning of celebrating our unity and passing this on to the next generation. So each community with their young children taking part, and each community, you know, the other community also with their young children with different age range groups, you know, different age ranges, you know, يشاركوا في الdances. So this reflected in the whole, all the diversity, all the children there, they're mixing, they're playing together, but they're representing different groups and so on, which means that there is coexistence among themselves. They're celebrating their unity at the same time. They are Equatorians. For that, this is the comfort zone now for Equatorians in diaspora. You know, particularly like in places like Brisbane and other cities like Melbourne and so on. So this has become to them يعني مرجع أو مرجعية. شفت كيف؟ It's a comfort zone, you know, for their identity, that they can celebrate their being Equatorians and do so very loudly that they are Equatorians. فده كان رسالة that الاستوائيين في بريسبن, leave alone يعني conversations that we had, discussions that we, you know, they all ask and say, you know, they want to see Equatorians globally united, right? Equatorians who are in UK, Equatorians who are in Canada, Equatorians who are in USA, Europe, and so on. That we should put our hands together, like they have demonstrated that, to dance and celebrate, but also it's not all about, like dancing. There are other, duties and obligations to our society, to our Equatorian society, to our people, to our land, that we should also join our hands in. عشان نقدر نعمل شنو؟ نقدم مساهمات ثقافية. That was just a cultural identity being celebrated, our cultural identity that's being celebrated. لكن في حاجات تانية زيادة من أكتر من كده. There are many other things that we can celebrate together as Equatorians, because we are a nation. We are the unique experience of Equatorians. يعني شوف, the only region in South Sudan where you have so many different social groups, 35 ولا أكتر, بس maybe even 40, right? لكن شنو بيتعايشوا سوا وبيلعبوا سوا, and they share. Have you seen this happening anywhere else? In this chaotic South Sudan, for example, have you seen it happening anywhere where just people, organize and celebrate themselves, like say يقول مثلا Upper Nile ولا بحر الغزال؟ هل انتوا شفتوا حاجة بهذا الشكل في الدياسبورا؟ يعني مثلا هم بيجتمعوا كله سوا مثلا زي for example, all the social groups in Upper Nile who live in Australia, do they celebrate their identity and cultures بتاعتهم as as one people of Upper Nile, or like, for that matter, people of Bahr al-Ghazal? Instead, I understood that this was I haven't seen it myself. Like in الناس كان بيقول شنو انه في South Sudanese community of Australia, and I think when the community chair was being elected, they were going to elect like the chairman of the South Sudanese community, the chairwoman of the South Sudanese community in Australia. Now, the problem came up at some point, I don't know whether that was the year before or when, that when Enwer is elected to be the chair of the South Sudanese community, the Dinka will pull out and not recognize it. And when a Dinka is elected as chairman of the South Sudanese community in Australia, then Nuer will pull out. يعني ما في تعايش بين Jeng and the Nuer. Now, then what happened is, like, say for example in Melbourne, where there's a huge number of South Sudanese, they had to elect an Equatorian to be the chairman of South Sudanese community, because Equatorians are seen to be neutral. يعني شوف احنا وصلنا لصورها. فانا ما حضرته ما شفته، لكن ده الكلام انا سمعت من اعضاء بتاعت الكوميونتي بيقولوا انه they have to elect an Equatorian to be a South Sudanese community. I don't know when that was. Right now, for example, in Brisbane, there is the chair of this Sudanese community, South Sudanese community, is a Jeng. And who also came very late he was invited to come to the Equatoria Day Celebration in Brisbane. So this chairman of the South Sudanese community was invited. Now, he came and we actually, greeted him as well. Because he was sat around the same area like ourselves. We were treated as the guest of honor. Accorded, high kind of, accorded, high table. He sat at the high table, and he sat in the same area like us. We greeted us, although we didn't talk much, but he was there. And then, as I understood, he was supposed to be speaking on the occasion to the community, right? But he didn't come on time. He came very late, and the program has also already progressed. So he didn't have the opportunity to speak to the community on the celebration, just as a representative of the South Sudanese community, right? So, and having missed the opportunity to speak, of course, the reality is that you can't. The program is not made around the chairman of the South Sudanese community. The program, the celebration is about Equatorial cultures, Equatoria Day, and so on. So if you miss the spot that you were allocated to speak on, then you can't. There's nothing that we can do. If you come on time, and that's what Equatorians are learning to be punctual. You come, you speak in your allotted time. If you miss that, if you didn't speak, then that's it. It's gone to the next. So we can't wait. So we are not in South Sudan, right? Where people come late and so on. So I found this very interesting because if the two, Nadet Kalamta, the chairman of the South Sudanese community in Brisbane, who happened to be a Jain. But at the level of South Sudan as a whole, at the level of Australia as a whole, or in some of the bigger cities, there is no, agreement on the chair of South Sudanese community between the Jain and the Nuer. If one is in, the other is out. If a Nuer is in, the Jain would be out, or the Jain is in, the Nuer is out. And the solution then falls on Equatoria. Equatorian has to be the one who chairs the South Sudanese community. So just look at that. And is that not a reflection of what's happening in South Sudan? Yeah. If you look at it just, just like using common sense. Right. So, الكلام أنا ناس أقوله شنو؟ الاستوائيين they have come to understand this kind of dichotomy between these different shades of color, and they needed to identify themselves very clearly, and I think it's a very high time that Equatorians really took the message of unity among themselves seriously, in the sense of not only celebrating the cultures, but also celebrating the other dimensions. So we had the opportunity to speak to, Equatorian community in Australia on two issues: unity and then identity, because that's what they wanted us to speak on. They wanted us to share our experience about unity, and also to share perceptions and ideas about identity. So فيتكلمنا أنا اتكلمت في قضية بتاعت identity، okay، ودكتورة ألما اتكلمت في unity. شفت كيف؟ our approach was that our identity is actually, you can think of it in three dimensions. Our identity as Equatorians, is in three dimensions. Al-Hur, Al-Ard, the region, the land of Equatoria, forms our identity. And then the second is the people side. So the land is not without its people. Usually we talk about homeland. We talk about ancestral homelands. Okay, and ancestral homelands are the territories that we live in Equatoria. We are not living anywhere else. We live in Equatoria. There's a dimension about the people in our identity, and then there's the land, and then there's the culture, because even in all of those ancestral homelands, people have a culture and a set of values. They have cultures and a set of values, and culture is a way of life. Culture is a way of life. Like, say, for example, the way you go about certain things, customary laws, marriage, for example, living with neighbors, cultivating, dancing, you know, يعني مثلا how do you govern yourselves. يعني تتذكر انه قبل ما دولة بتاعت جنوب السودان ذاته before the the state came into existence, ما احنا we lived in these different social groups لعشرات المئات من السنوات. هل قبل 100 سنة كان في جنوب السودان دولة بتاعت جنوب السودان؟ ما كان في دولة جنوب السودان. 100 سنة لورا ولا 300 سنة لورا ما كان في حاجة بيعرفوا بيسموها انه في دولة بتاعت جنوب السودان. لكن كان في كوميونيتيز في الارض ما يتغير، والناس العسي عايشين فيه ده ربما هاجروا تاني جولوا وكده. So we predated the coming into existence of the South Sudanese state. طيب إذا كان دولة جنوب السودان زمن ده كان معنا، إحنا كنا عايشين كيف؟ ما لسه بنتزاوج مش كده؟ كان في كرايم بيكون فيه لكن بيحاسب الناس، يعني كل قبيلة عنده طريقة اللي بيحكم بها نفسه. You can't say that ما في قبيلة عندها قوانين، صح؟ ولا ما عنده طريقة حكم. عندهم chiefs مثلا، في سلاطين، في سلطان تماثرة، في سلطان شنو حاجات ده كله فيه. ناهيك عن الدولة، يعني إنها ما كنا ما محتاجين لدولة، حاجة بيسموه دولة ما كان موجود وما كنا محتاجين له. At least that generation, the generations that lived in those times, didn't see the need for having جنوب السودان. مو ذاته ما أعرف كان في حاجة بيسموه بجاب بعدين بيسموه جنوب السودان. لكن هل زمن داك وقت داك ده كان جينا دوم الجنوبين؟ كان جينا دوم الجنوب السودان 100 سنة قبل كده يعني
Akim,
Yeah.
can I give you a suggestion, please? Let me open my apology.
Yeah, okay.
Make English and Arabic.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Put me down again, because always I'm very tactile. The reason that I show the people my hand is the reason that I know. And the reason that you talk about it, I listen to you, but it's not clear to me, but make English and Arabic.
Okay.
But don't you speak in Nuer or don't you speak in Jiang, because they believe that they own their bullshit.
Ask my
Speak in English,
don't come on it.
English and Arabic, please.
Anyway, it's all right. Let me carry on with my.
I meet myself because I always tell the truth that will make me laugh.
Okay.
Yes, I will not support negative.
Okay. So
The reason that I come to your flag is because I won.
Okay, fine. Yeah. So the point I'm making is that 300 or 400 years ago we were not South Sudanese, right? We were not South Sudanese. All of these different social groups in Equatoria lived in their land. They governed themselves at the tribal level, like at the social group level. معناها عندهم قوانين وعندهم نظام وكده. And that is their roots, like all other communities in South Sudan. So the reality only changed, over time. بقى في حاجة بيسموها الدولة. الدولة ده بطريقة, the way it is being run now, does not seem to have provided consent for the people to, be represented by their chiefs or by, whoever they choose to govern them. But the key thing is this, that when the South Sudanese state came into existence, it's being hijacked and it's taken off course. It was only making claims to deceive people. And now we have this situation where the state has faltered, is not really, is not responsive to the needs of our people. So, and this question of identity now, as far as for the Equatorians are concerned, they do not only seek the celebration of their cultural identity. They now want to, embody that in the form of a state. And that's why when I was talking about the unity of Equatorians, about the identity of Equatorians to the Equatorians in Brisbane, was saying that if you look at the identity from the point of view of being the land, the people, and their cultures, this is very important because this is who you are, and this is how you preserve your life, you preserve your existence because you have a land, you have people in that land, and you have values. And we have this culture of diversity, for example, democracy and so on, because we live together. We live together and we celebrate our cultures and we are beginning to see that this is being destroyed. So this is our identity. Equatoria is people, way of life, culture, and then land. Now, if you want to preserve this, if you want to protect this land, people, and their cultures, you have to create a state. يعني تقوم تعمل شنو؟ تعمل دولة استوائية. كويس؟ الدولة الاستوائية ده هو الإطار اللي بتقدر تحافظ به على شنو؟ تحافظ به على الصيانة بتاعت وجود بتاعتك as a people, وجود بتاعتك as land, وجود بتاعتك as a culture. Your existence as a culture, your existence as a people, and your existence as land. You cannot let go of this. To preserve it for yourself and for future generations. And the thing that will preserve this is a state. هسي الدولة بتاعت جنوب السودان ما قاعد يحافظ على 3 حاجات دي. ما قاعد يحافظ على أرض استوائية وما قاعد يحافظ على حياة ومثلا طبيعة cultures استوائية وما قاعد يحافظ على شنو؟ على أرض استوائية. because أرض استوائية بينهب. You know, our land is being grabbed. Equatoria's land is being grabbed from their owners, from the ancestral homelands are being grabbed in the name of the state, in the name of South Sudan state. Okay? And then also the people are being displaced. They're being forced out of their homelands. They're refugees in Uganda, in East Africa, in diaspora, in many other places. So their land is being grabbed. They're being forced out of their home. So it's being emptied of the people. Equatoria is being emptied of the people. Because otherwise, what's the meaning of being a refugee? You are just being forced out of your country. And then the cultures. The cultures بتاعتنا كاستوائيين احنا بنتكلم ضد حكومة كان في حكومة ما قاعد يؤدي واجبات بتاعته. يعني when political power that lives, that governs the people, the country, and their values. مثلا يعني الاستوائيين بيحبوا انه يعارضوا الحكومه اذا كان في اي خطا بيعارضوا، لكن هسه في authoritarianism. يعني في there is an authoritarian system. You are not allowed to criticize the government. There is a so-called national security. That agree, he was killed. Some although young people, they're being killed, and they are not allowed to speak, and not only allowed to speak, they are being killed. completely silenced completely by killing them, and there is no accountability. شفت كيف؟ هل احنا زمان كقبائل بتاعتنا كنا عايشين في الاستوائيه كنا عايشين تحت نظام زي ده؟ ما كنا عايشين في نظام قبلي وكان احسن. النظام القبلي كان ذاته احسن لانه ما في زول ثاني بيقتل زول ثاني في قبيله ثانيه، لكن كان في قتل حاجه زي بيكون في جاستس، هو بيدافع بقرار ولا بيعملوا حاجات traditions بتاع بلد عشان to address that crime, right? But in South Sudan, some people have been killed in locality, في أغورو، في نيمولي، في كاجيكاجي، وكيت كاترو الناس ده كله. هل حكومة هل ناس تا كاجيكاجي ولا ناس تا أغورو ولا ناس تا لوكاليري مشوا في محكمة شيلوا كلام ده للسلطان تتومن عشان كده السلطان تتومن ونسوا عشان كده عودوهم عشان كده امسكوا زول القاتل هم ده منو وبيدافع شنو؟ هل في حاجة زي حصل؟ لكن لو كان في النظام تاعنا بدري ده كان حاجة زي بيحصل، لكن هسه ده the coming of the state South Sudan state into existence بيجا معناه شنو؟ معناه انه حاجات ده كله بيحصل بكاتوليتا سكير قاعد في جوبا هناك وما بيهمه حاجات ريسورسز تاعهم جول في كابويتا ولا في باورو بيشيلوا منهم all of this is grabbed. The wealth of the people is grabbed. انت عاوز اقول نسو يلا يا جاك قال ايه انا بطلع زيتك احنا في national security انا شغال في national security so don't talk, you will keep quiet. So this is what Equatorians do not want, and they are not able to preserve their lives. The people are not able to preserve their lives. They're being forced out of their country, and their cultures are not respected. But that's what we celebrated in Australia. We're trying to celebrate that and then extend it. So we need to create a state which will preserve all of these rights that belong to the people of Equatoria: economic, human, social, cultural rights, political rights, and various other things. Because you cannot prevent the destruction, the grabbing of the land of Equatoria and their cultures, their people. Not having a state, okay? A state will provide you with borders and legal framework for you to preserve your sovereignty. Okay? فما في حاجة ثانية إلا استوائيين يكونوا sovereign people. They have to create their own state. This is what I talked about. I talked about the identity as having three dimensions, as I said: the people, the land, and their cultures. And preservation of these three things by a state. لكن حسي احنا ما عندنا state that preserves these things. ثلاثة حاجات. So that was my topic as far as identity is concerned. I talked about it. بعدين دكتورة ألما اتكلمت عن unity. And unity which will help us to create the state that will then preserve the three aspects of our lives as Equatorians: our cultures, our land, Okay, and of course the people. These are most crucial things that we have to unite in order to preserve. And the preservation as in the form and shape of a state will then allow us to create institutions that will work hard to create the environment in which our people will be able to enjoy these rights, the economic, social, cultural rights, educational rights, right to life, right to life, rights, and be able to enjoy life, justice, the rule of law, so because if you don't enjoy this, then your development will be retarded. شفت كيف؟ يعني كان انت ما you are not enjoying these rights, your development will be retarded. You will be forced to run away from your country instead of staying in your country so that you can think, you can kuruju, and you can farm, you do many other things, right? Which means that the rest of the world is going ahead, and you are stuck in a system that is not helping you to develop. عشان كده احنا بنشوف انه شنو استوائية لازم تكون مستقلة، استوائية لازم تكون عندها دولة، لانه استوائية هذا سلام، والدولة معنى بتاعته سلام، مش معنى بتاعته انه عشان تكتل ناس to displace people, to force people out of their homes and so on, not give stability to them and so on. So احنا عايشين تحت جنوب السودان لشنو؟ What is the attraction of South Sudan if we are not enjoying all of this? Now, the other day, I heard there's talk about Upper Nile Republic, which is a message in the right direction. A message in the right direction. Maybe they have woken up to the reality that, look, they should not be, dependent on a system based in Juba. Okay? نرجع للأقاليم بتاعتنا، نكون دولة بتاعتنا ونعيش بالسلام، لأنه الهدف بتاعتنا وهدف بتاعت الإنسانية كلها العيش في السلام. إحنا ما عاوزين نحارب مع ناس صنبلة ساكت ونكتل في عيالنا ونكتل في أنفسنا بعض وكده. We don't want to do that. We want to live as free, dignified people, enjoy our rights. So kudos to Papua Nile Republic. If they want to, establish Papua Nile Republic, go ahead. That will, and they're calling for Papua Nile Republic in the interest of peace. This is what we've been saying all along. In a Myanmar Badan, we don't want to live as a hostage to a system that is failing, a system that does not even have legitimacy. So if we have our way, we form our own republic. As much as Upper Nile wants to form its own republic. كان ناس بحر الغزال اللي هم ما عاوزين republic تتون مو عاوزين يحكموا منه. Whom do they want to govern? They are not wanted in Upper Nile. They are not wanted in Equatoria. They should get out of Equatoria. Go and manage up Bahr al-Ghazal. Because it seems like now the only region that doesn't want to form the republic is up Bahr al-Ghazal. Because they want to sit on our backs. They want to sit on the back of Equatoria. They want to sit on the back of Upper Nile. So we have to throw them off. And that is what unity will say. I think Alma is not here. Alma will come and talk about unity of Equatorians. So that is the main theme of what we discussed, what we presented to our community in Australia. Talk about identity and talk about unity. The unity serves the objective of our well-being in our own state, in our own institutions, by our thinking, by our hands, by what we do, by the energy and capacity of the people of Equatoria. They have a lot of talents. They can do a lot of things together, right? And we've also, discussed how can we, put our hands together in one shape or the other to serve that objective. Because we want our people to live in peace. So those were the main two themes that we talked about: unity and identity. And then we celebrated the day like no any other day. So it was a huge blessing for us to travel all the way here from the UK to Australia and to be, welcomed there. We felt at home, and we just, they wanted us to visit many other cities so that we can talk to Equatorians in Melbourne, in Perth, in other various places. But it was just, like the time wasn't there. The time was limited. So اكتفينا بالقدر البسيط اللي هو الكلام عن الوحدة بتاعت الاستوائية والكلام عن هوية بتاعت الاستوائية. So that means we have got to have a roadmap. Okay? Because talking can go on for years and years. Talking is part of our human life, but also then to have tangible results in what we are talking about is to have a roadmap. What's the roadmap? خارطة الطريق زي ما بيقولوا. How do we move from A to B? Where are we now? We are here and tomorrow we should be there. ده خارطة الطريق. وده احنا عاوزين نناشد كل الاستوائيين انه الرسالة بتاعت الوحدة جاية كان strong from the people, our people in Australia, that we should all forge our hands together. Forget about this political, divisions, because at the end of the day, you must have a society first of all, you must have a country, you must have a state, and then within it you can practice your politics. You can forge your political, associations as you like. Freedom of expression, not like in South Sudan. So the South Sudan is now cracking up. The system has failed. People are not getting their salaries, right? And Salva Kiir is appointing and dismissing, pointing and dismissing, and there is no accountability. He's not held accountable by anyone. He's above the law. And the SPLM is apparently is something which is personal now. It doesn't exist in reality. طيب احنا عاوزين نخلي المستقبل بتاعتنا في ايدي بتاعت هؤلاء. Would we want to leave our future in the hands of Salva Kiir, the likes of Bormel, Abud and his family and our family and whatnot? Is that what we want? Is that really all that we can aspire for as Equatorians? I think we have a bigger dream than that. We don't want to be, who would want to be led by Salva Kiir? He's incompetent, he will not take us anywhere. Okay? He's not a caliber of leadership that can really run a state. معلش, he can go and run الواق في بحر الغزال هناك, whatever كان في وراب ولا وين ما أعرف. That's his level. كلام فارغ يبقى لنا قال head that state. He has been an embarrassment to us, an embarrassment to the country. He can't even talk. He can't even address any issue and talk about development, about strategy, about development, about, lots of things. I don't want to go into that. It just makes me sick. I don't want to talk about that. We have such a character as Salva Kiir, Galo, head of state. But anyway, not to divert, فدي الرسالة بتاعت بريسبن، رسالة بتاعت استوائيين في بريسبن بيقول انه يتوحدوا انتوا كلكم الاستوائيين. احنا عندنا we have a history and we have a direction that we are now traveling on. We have a roadmap. So let's leave aside these other minor issues. Let's put our hands together and work together and stand as the people of Equatoria. Speak with the voice of the people of Equatoria. عشان الصوت بتاع الشعب الاستوائي أكبر من صوت اي حاجه ثانيه كان ناس ولا PDM ولا ما ادراك this and that. No, the voice of the people of Equatoria is greater than the voice of the political parties. So you cannot replace a nation by a political party. It's the other way around. The nation is a container of all of these political parties, associations, and whatnot. So the nation of Equatoria is irreplaceable. We already have, a position where we have more than 35 different social groups that coexist with each other in peace, and they have a social fabric. They're a nation, like no any other nation, But there are, the Jain can have their state or their nation, the Nuer can have their state and their nation, or the Afanal can have themselves as a state. That's fine. But we are in a position where we are being held back from development, where we are being held hostage, and we need to break away from that. It's our right. It's our right that we should break away from that so that we create a future for our children. So I will stop here. Thank you very much, James. I will give the chance for others to interject. Thank you.
شكرا كثير دكتور حكيم داري. أحيي الأخوة معانا هنا في المنصة، هنرى السابين والأستاذ أيكو والحضور الكريم كلهم إخوة أخوات. زي ما أنتم شايفين العنوان غير معتاد، هي عن رسالة الشعب الاستوائي في أستراليا، ولاية كوينزلاند، مدينة بريسبن. والفعاليات دي والمؤتمر ده كان يوم ثقافي، وحياه الدكتور حكيم دارو رئيس تحالف الشعب الاستوائي وعضو المكتب السياسي دكتورة آلما. زي ما انتم سمعتوا كلام الدكتور حكيم دارو وانا ما دار اكرر فيه. عندكم هنا الناس تتكلم عن وحدة الاستوائيين، والجزئية دي نحن في انتظار آلما تتكلم فيها، لكن الدكتور حكيم دارو برضه مشى فيها فوق، لكن ركز في الحتة بتاع شنو الهوية، الأرض، الدولة، المجتمع. انت لو فقدت واحد من الثلاثة أضلاع ديل يبقى انه بعد ده معناته انه المزأة دي بقت عرجاء، معناته ما منها فايدة بالعربي الواضح. لما نقول مجتمع لابد انه نتكلم عن ثقافة. انت بدون ثقافة بدون هوية ما بتمثل اي حاجة. عندك حتى في الغرب بلد الديمقراطيات زي ما الناس بيقولوا، جابونا من اي محل سقط لقط، عندهم يوم اسمه الهيريتيج داي. ده كل شعوب العالم الموجودين داخل الدولة المعنية عندنا هنا في بلدنا الفئة دي بيعملوا فعاليات، والفعاليات دي ذاته فيها مكسب مادي. يعني شوف الناس بتحاول تطور الآليات الإنسانية لمنفعة الإنسان، ما الحياة دي كلها منفعة الإنسان، لكن في ساوث السودان هل في منفعة للإنسان؟ ده سؤال سايمون، أنا ما عندي إجابة له. تفضل. أنا ما أعرف أتجاوب أستاذ تقريبا أستاذ أيكو. أستاذ أيكو تفضل. Thank you.
Yeah, shukran, Brother James. And thank you, Brother Hakim. And I'll also go forward to say welcome back from the trip that you took. The title of the topic here is actually doesn't make us to contribute a lot, but actually is to follow what Dr. Hakim has forwarded us to say as the way forward that we, or some of us Equatorians, look at things if we just compare ourselves with what we're made to look at things. Idar of Beleda and our people existed as nations, Bedri, before these colonial powers, Jalena's Southern Sudan. And that existence of nations, these systems that were in place, and we solve problems and get hustle. Dr. Hakim touched on those stuff. Udaya haja ya jama daya al-hagiga. Hagiga re al-values tanna kan Equatorian Zekulu we are under a threat. It's a fact. The nations and in Equatoria, they're small. Tanin Kubar. But our diversity insists that we are one people, Nakiligeni Wahid. And our definition there, Equatoria, and their nations. But if this nation is coming under threat, who is going to defend it? And in order to defend it, we have to be a state. This is the deeper understanding of a state. Christianity, after it gathered all the mythological thinkings that dunia ekulu ketirra kulu, they created a doctrine, a whole doctrine, the Trinity there. So their efforts was to create a state in Western Europe, which they did. Al breakage al state the Tomondea Hassel, my breakage to Christianity to King Henry VIII. And it is within this breakage, their job with the secular revolution, the dunya, the Western world. And this is up to today. As democracy, system, educational system, it's based on that thinking. Islam tried. It came the whole way until the last Al-Afrid establishment exist. As a thought, they began to Muammar, Ajere conspiracies. And Osmani bin Affan did Ali Abu Talib. And this is what created the Shiites and the Sunnis. Mahdi is a copy of a system to Muhammad de Kulu, what was created in Sudan by the Mahdi. Okay, we Equatorians at then, we were existing, our people were existing. Right now, this existence is someone want to interfere with our way of life. And given the composition that force, we cannot challenge this force as Bari, or Fojulu, or Kakwa, or Mundo, or Moro, or Zande, or Lotuko, or Ajere Afukaya, or Madi, or Acholi, or Didinga, or Toboza, whoever Equatorian is, we challenge this by being Equatorians. This is how we can preserve the existence of Equatoria for the next generation. Yajama, this is the way to go. Politics, we can create a framework where politics exist, but we cannot live under repression. We as Equatorians, internal rights, are God-given rights in our land to speak whatever we think is right or wrong. Mafizol Kiluwarile Nagalaki Tabonu said no. Ana Equatori, I come from a specific region in that part of the land. Are you going to kill me there? Because that's my country. Mahala Nagal villages, these are actually our country, our individual countries, under the umbrella of Equatoria. Thank you, Brother James. We can take the first result and get them while we are waiting for Sister Alma. Thank you.
شكرا كثير أستاذ إيكو للكلام الطيب. الجزئية دي يا مستمعين دي رسالة شيلوها معاكم، اللي هو لا يمكن أن نواجه هذه التحديات كلها على حدة. التشالنجز ده أنت ما حتقدر تواجهه كأفراد، يعني لابد أنه الجهود كلها تجي توجذر، يعني collective effort، لأنه الموضوع ده أكبر وغير خاضع للتفاصيل الدنيوية. كويس أنك أنت شرحت القصة بتاعت سيدنا عثمان بن عفان، اختلاف هو بينه وبين علي بن أبي طالب، هو ده في الدين حاجة بتاعت ربنا، هو ظهرت المذاهب. يلا ما بالك الفكرة الإنسان. رسالة قوية. امشوا ابحثوا هواة البحث، شوفوا عثمان كيف نشأت الشيعة، عثمان بن عفان، علي بن ابي طالب، وقارنوا بالواقع الانساني الحاصل عندك في الاستوائية هناك. انا It's up to you guys. اتفضل اتفضلي honorable سابينا. انا رحب برضو معانا في الستيج اخوتنا زندية مرجانة. اتفضلي honorable سابينا. جماعة صوتي واضح؟
Hello, greetings, brother Dongolawi, Maiko, and أي زول في مناسة هنا يا أخواتي وأخواني. أنا بشكركم كلكم وأنا بسلم لكم كلكم. أنا بتمنى إنه يعني أنتم كلكم بالخير يعني. ف going to just speak a very short statement. I would like to thank the group here who have opened the house and brought the agenda to talk about the visit of EPA leadership to Australia. And I would like to say this is a great initiative, and this is what we as a people should always look forward to and should engage ourselves, because we are a people. We got to honor and go back to these people, because even if you become a leader, you come out of a community, you know. You don't just represent yourself. You represent a territory, a constituency, and you represent Equatoria. So we want to stress that unity is paramount, especially when we are facing challenges and situations that we are having in our so-called country, South Sudan. That is not taking us at the moment. We are so dismantled to the extent that the best option for us is actually to go to regional autonomy and sovereign governments. We have seen examples around the world. I currently live in the UK. UK is governed under the devolution of power. There is England, there is Scotland, there is Wales, and there is Northern Ireland. And they coexist very perfectly, and they are the most powerful country, one of the most powerful countries in the world. So what is wrong about that? Because we cannot just reject something that is actually should be the best. I will always remind people that during the 21 years of the SPLA war, the country, South Sudan, was also governed under the sovereign regions. And it was perfect. We all had our coordination offices in Khartoum. We managed our own affairs, and we were still South Sudanese. So what is wrong about that? And it was thrown away without consultation. And then central government was brought back onto our throats. Now, 21 years again of the centralized government, and it has failed terribly. So the best option for us, we go back to what has been tried and was successful, which is the regional autonomous regions in South Sudan. We got to go back to that, and I'm happy the last 2 weeks have been dominated about, the discussion is dominated only.
It's not autonomy, Ravera. It is not just autonomy. It's not even enough.
It's sovereign.
I mean, it is not autonomy. It's separate, independent states. Upper Nile is a separate state. Bahr Ghazal is a separate state. Equatoria is a separate state. And then we'll decide if we want to come and coexist with each other or not.
Yes. Like Eastern Europe, we have seen Yugoslavia gone into completely countries, and they are smaller than our regions. Even England, the whole of UK is only the size of Equatoria. It's only the size of Equatoria. This so powerful UK that we hear about all over the world, and it's shaking everybody. It's only the size of Equatoria. So South Sudan is too big. It's UK 3 times. So we need to become independent and manage our own affairs, and then we will see how we can coexist from there. We have to respect each other. If we don't treat a fellow brother and sister like a brother, then what is there? What are we there for? There's nothing. So we need to continue talking to our people, and we're happy that people in Upper Nile are talking. Even some people who are even from Bahr Ghazal are already talking about this autonomy as well. So we need to go to these sovereign powers, sovereign states, and we've got to manage ourselves. That's the only best option that is left now for us to carry forward. Let us not be shy from what is best for us. Let us rescue ourselves by accepting the autonomous and independent states under the umbrella, and then from there we go. What was wrong when we asked for the same type of autonomy from the north, from Sudan? So why would it be bad today when we're asking it from South Sudan? It's the same thing. It's the same thing that the SPLA fought for, and it's the same thing that they are rejecting today. So which means we are so biased. We are so biased. We are supposed to just accept it on the table without fight. Okay, this is the way we could go. Yes, let's do it peacefully without any bloodshed. We wouldn't always just shed blood in order to get freedom. We were able to ask it from Khartoum. Now we're asking it from also South Sudan. And that's the best way for us to go. And let's go with it, and let's be brave, and let's accept it, and let's go with it, and we'll see South Sudan will have peace. And we'll be able to move forward as a people to benefit from the development and whatever the technology which is now in the 21st century. Thank you so much. I'll come back later.
شكرا كثير فنور سابينا. حقيقة رسالة موفقة. نحن من الشعب إلى الشعب، ودي مسؤولية القيادة السياسية لتحالف الشعب الاستوائي، ومسؤولية أي شخص آخر يشوف نفسه أنه هو دار يحل الإشكال الموجود في الاستوائية، وإذا كان موجود في ساوث السودان. الحاجة الثانية أنت قلتي نموذج يوغوسلافيا، وده النموذج هسه نحن شايفينه الحاصل قدامنا في عيننا. ده exactly هو اللي حصل في يوغوسلافيا. فشل الحكومة المركزية، الاحتقانات بين القوميات في يوغوسلافيا، العنف المضاد بين بعض الجمهوريات في يوغوسلافيا أدى لشيء.
Yeah, I think James just exited the room by mistake, or maybe it's something to do with his network. While he's out, I think I'll play music as an interlude. Oh, James, are you back?
يا معليش الله أنا ما أعرف الليلة التلفون حقي ده كيف. فمشكورة كثيرة أستاذة سابين. أنا ما أعرف كم معانا هنا واحدة تقريبا اسمها زندية مرقت تقريبا. ونرحب بأخونا طلال.
Just before that, James, I just wanted us to play this, sunrise on Equatoria Line. I just wanted to take this opportunity to play this before we proceed, if that's okay. Okay?
Yeah, مؤكد Victoria.
Sunrise on Equatoria Line. From Equatoria land, heads of all hearts of man. Together we stand strong, we fight under the same guiding light. Take flight. Kills and dance, hoping that eyes for a peace light. Touch the skies. With our hands we toil. Touch the sky. Sunrise on Equatorial line. Indeed, sunrise on Equatorial land, and we no longer dread. Stand strong in the dark. We find our light in the storm. We ride together with our hands tight. So those are the key messages that we would like to, convey, and messages from our people. And it's very clear. For that sun to rise on Equatorial land, we have to unite. So that's the brief message from this trip. So I hope many of you will think about it, consider the options, and of course, hopefully focus on the unity of Equatoria. Thank you. Back to you, Jens.
شكرا كثير دكتور حكيم داري رئيس اتحاد الشعب الاستوائي. زي ما انتم سمعتوا النشيد ده، وده بداية الخطوات بتاعت انه الناس ماشيين في المسار الصحيح. الجماهير يعني لما الشعراء يكتبوا والمنحلين ينحلوا والموسيقيين يضعوا الموسيقى بتاعتهم، دي تودينا الحتة
هو قاطع طلعته تاني.
يا تلفوني باين ما كويس، لكن شنو مشكور كثير دكتور حكيم. الناس اللي قاعد يسمعوا هنا شيلوا النشيد ده وزعوه عشان يكون للفائدة العامة، تنسجم مع الرسالة بتاعت أخواننا الاستوائيين في أستراليا، ولاية كوينزلاند، مدينة بريسبن. أخونا طلال، تفضل يا ويلكم طلال.
Yeah, James, I can't see you in the podium here, but I can hear your voice.
يا باين أنا شيل البرنامج أستاذ إيكو، أنا حاعمل إصلاح لتلفوني ده باين عليه ما كويس. يا أعطي طلال فرصة. Okay.
Press the screen, pull it down, and it will refresh, and then James will appear to you if you are not able to.
شكرا. أخونا طلال، أنت سامعنا؟ صوت طلال؟
Somebody called Total, not Tila. This call.
توتال كله. اتفضل. يس، نحن عشان للفائدة العامة والجماهير يكونوا متابعين معانا لحد ما أعمل ريفريشمنت. دكتور حكيم يا ريت لو يعني وريتنا شعور الشارع العام هناك في بريسبن، والمشهد اللي احنا شفناه في الفيديوهات الناس كلها عملت لها شيرنج. اتكلمنا عن الهوية وانت تكلمت عنها بشكل تفصيلي، ودي مشكلة بالمناسبة لأي إنسان مهاجر. يعني ما بدت في جنوب السودان براو الإكواتوريين بصفة خاصة، لكن دي بترجع لمسؤولية الوالدين قبل كل حاجة أو أولياء الأمور، وبعد ذلك فعاليات زي دي. مثلا حتى الفعاليات بتاع الاحتفالات الدينية، كريسماس أو رمضان أو عيد الأضحى أو أي مناسبة، حتى المناسبات الاجتماعية دي، ده واجب أنه ثقافاتية بعيدة عن التقاطعات السياسية. لازم يكون في تواصل بتاع أجيال، لأنه التاريخ ده ما شوفوه كده، هو صعب بالذات في العصر الحالي. زمان ده كان يمكن يكون في ظل غياب الميديا ممكن كان يكون أسهل، أنت بتسمع عن طريق الأحاجي، لكن ده داير أنه الروافع الفكرية تشتغل شغولة، لأنه الدنيا دي أنت ما حتكون قاعد فيها خالدين فيها أبدا، يكون في تواصل بتاع أجيال. والحلقة دي لازم تكون مربوطة، ونحن ما دارين نخش في تفاصيل سياسية ديبلي في قضايا إكواتوريا ذاته. يعني الكلام ده قال في أكثر من منبر. ليه؟ مش هو نفس الحوة الاستوائية اللي أنجبت ساتولينا أخرى وأقري جادين ودوغو علي باتالا، امتداد للجيل بتاع الآباء نحن حضرناهم وشفناهم بعيوننا. ما هي نفس الحوة دي نهايتها كان جيمس طنبر، يعني الناس الفاعلين لا دو طنبي. ونحن ما دا نتكلم عن ناس أحياء عشان ما يقولوا نحن بايظ سياسيا. المشهد قدامكم، يلا هنا بعد ده تضافر الجهود، ده شغل انت لازم تقوم به وما تخجل منه. لأن انت اوكي، انت قبل ما تكون شعب سودانيسي انت شنو؟ انت لازم تكون عندك كيان. المكونات دي بالمناسبة is not that important، لكن انت لا ما حتلغيه. هل انت حتمحي ما نيمير حاول قبل كده يلغي الادارات الاهليه، لغاه بغرض سياسي، لكن هل هو شال المكونات من الوجود؟ ما حشيله. يبقى انك انت بتوظف المكونات ذاته في المسار الصحيح. في المشكله انت عندك كارتلي، يعني في الوضع الحالي انت مطلوب منك شنو؟ وفعاليات زي المؤتمر بتاع بريسبن ده بيديك داتا او خارطه الطريق انك انت تعمل شنو، لانه الكلام براه ما بيجيب لك نتيجه. حتى لو انت على حق ما بيجيب لك نتيجه. لابد ان يكون في اليات بتاعت انه تحقق لك الحاجات انت الدائره دي بغض النظر هي شنو. يلا هنا دي المسؤوليه المشتركه التكامليه هنا في الحته دي. يلا ده دور شنو؟ دور الإيكواتوريين نفسهم، ما دور زول تاني. انت اذا جبت زول تاني حبيجي يوظف المساله دي لصالحه سياسيا وما حتقدر تقول له لا. ما في النهايه هو سوداني، سودانيس، حتقدر تقول له لا. يبقى انت صاحب الشأن ذاته، انت تتحدث عن حاجاتك بطريقه انت بتشوفها مثلا تلقى لك حل. دكتور حكيم انت رؤيتك شنو انتوا في المنصه هناك او حضوركم؟ مؤكد انت حضرت فعاليات كثير، لكن الخطاب العام في الشارع حسي والمناسبات زي دي اكيد حتكون في مليون الف مناسبه اخرى في حته تانية. انت ما شايف انه في تطور ودي عندها علاقه بالتفاعل؟
exactly. خلينا نتطرق للقضيه شوي، للموضوع ده بصوره شويه كده تفصيليه. يعني you look like just the spirit the whole and the spirit of the occasion, and also the spirit at the grassroots level, and the celebration of our Equatorial identity and culture that they wanted so much to talk about. And I think the song that I just played perhaps put this in context. Like say, sunrise on Equatorial land, fields of gold, hearts of man, Together we stand strong. We fight under the same guiding line. دي بمعنى يعني دي قطعة مقطوعة بتاعت شارع بيقول لسان الحال، يتكلم بلسان الحال. Right? He says, and this is happening in our context يعني. لما يقول مثلا زي drums echo through the night. يعني بتلقى البلد بتاعتنا مليان بالدرامز. You know, for example, the Bari dream, you know, beat the drums, for example. The Azandi and various other communities, you know, they are associated with the drums. Huh? I think somebody said, it was Lino, saying that he lived in Western Equatoria, and I think particularly in Yambio, and that في نجارة كده قاعدين يدقوا. نجارة ده لما يدقوا بتسمع لمسافات طويلة جدا. It used to be the communication means. The Azandi used that for sounding certain sounds at certain times will convey a different meaning, will convey a different message. شفت كيف؟ قال لك drums echo through the night. Songs of freedom take flight. Children dance, hope in their eyes for a future where peace lies. How can this be more expressive? How can anything be more expressive like this, right? And we saw these children playing. They were dancing in that conference, you know, during the Equatoria Day celebration. It was Equatoria Day celebration, Equatoria Day, and they were celebrating it. Drums echo through the night, songs of freedom take flight, children dance, hope in their eyes for a future where peace lies. So that's what our people are yearning for. They're yearning for peace. They yearn to live in peace, in democracy, to celebrate their cultures, and to be themselves. بدون وصاية من أحد. بدون national security, you know, like standing on their back, on their shoulder, right? They want to be free. And that's why they're saying, rise up, Equatoria, rise up. Rise, Equatoria, rise. Rise up. Dreams of freedom touch the skies. Hand in hand, we march ahead. We don't want to wait. We don't want to be in the queue waiting for development, waiting for peace, waiting to be told by the bench, we can do this and do that. We don't have free will to do what we like, what we want. Right? That's what our people are yearning for. A future where there is peace, a future where peace lies, where our children hope for a future where there is peace, where there is peace. Dreams of freedom touch the skies. Dreams of freedom touch the skies. And شوف ده ما إحنا that's what our people aspire for. Okay? And Equatorians in particular, we can march hand in hand. In our hearts, we no longer dread, because we've lost so much life. How many massacres have taken place in Equatoria? Did anybody do anything about it in this South Sudan? Is there accountability for it? Are there any reparations for it? Is anyone being held accountable at all? None. As if nothing happened. But in our hearts, no longer dread. We don't dread the system that has kept us down, and we don't dread our future. Our future is one where there is peace. Rivers flow through this soil. Okay? Rivers flow through this soil. With our hands, we toil. It's true. إحنا عندنا كناتي، عندنا بحر الجبل، إحنا عندنا بحر في في جهة بتاعت مدري بغادي. Okay, rivers flow through this soil, right? With our hands we toil. بنزرع صح؟ بنزرع فول، بنزرع ذرة، بنزرع في الضفاف بتاعت الأنهار كلها بنزرع. We toil the land around these rivers. Every step a tale we weave. Every step a tale we weave. In unity we believe. In unity of Equatoria we believe. That's what the grassroots seem to feel like, during those celebrations, during the Equatoria Day celebration. Okay? Through the storms, we hold on tight. They sing, through the storms, we hold on tight. We hold each other's hands as Equatorians. That feeling that we lamasnawi. Okay? In the dark, we find our light. Even in this dark that we live in South Sudan, we find our light. Our light is clear. Our guiding star is clear. Voices raised, we won't be torn. There are many voices that are raised against the people of Equatoria. There are many voices raised against what we're doing when we call for the unity of Equatoria, when we call for the freedom of Equatoria. Many voices are raised, but we won't be torn. We won't be torn. In Equatoria, a new dawn is born. In Equatoria, a new dawn is born. So we signify this by saying, rise up, Equatoria, rise. Dreams of freedom touch the skies. Hand in hand, we march ahead. In our hearts, no longer dread. So we don't dread anything. So, and I hope this message also reaches to our Equatoria fraternity in Canada, in USA, in Europe, and here in the UK. And of course, all of those who are attending clubhouses. And I hope they will come to appreciate and hopefully identify with this message, with the feeling of our people at the grassroots level, with where they want to go. And the message from Brisbane is very clear. We stand together, arm, hand in hand. We march together. We don't dread the future. We don't dread the system that is keeping us down. We will stand together and march ahead together. We march ahead. So that is the feeling, Brother James. In just brief, we can talk about this, more and more. But that is the message. Thank you. تفضل.
شكرا كثير دكتور حكيم داري للإيضاح. مؤكد كاتورينا والاستوائيين لهم حضور دكتور حكيم واخواني الكرام هنا، استاذ ايكوس، انا ابو سابينا واخوتنا زنديه ما تطلع لان الدور جايك. الاستوائيين عندهم المساهمه في السودان القديم ثقافيا وادبيا ورياضيا، عندهم حضور كبير دون سائر الجنوب السودانيين الاخرين. التاريخ بيمسكوه كده، ما بيمسكوه من ناحيه ثانيه، ما بيمسكوه من النص، انت لازم تمسك من البدايه. والنشيد هنا واضح، الدكتور حكيم شرحه لكم بالعربيه والانجليزيه معا، يعني انتم سمعتوه، ودي امانه بالنسبه لكم المستمعين الكرام. شيلوها، اعملوا لها شيرين، وزعوا للجروبات الطلبه والشباب والمراه، وزعوا لهم الحاجات دي عشان الناس تعرف انه صحيح الاستوائيين عندهم وجودهم الباين والواضح، الا لو في بعض الجهات دار تنكر الحته دي، ودي تبقى مشكلتهم هم ما مشكلتنا نحن. اتفضلي استاذه زنديه مرجان، يا ويلكم. استاذه ايكو اتفضل. باين انه
شكرا يا brother James. Well, thank you. Sister Sabina is with us here, and Sister Zendia, and our audience. For Al-Isha, I just wanted to add stuff on what Dr. Hakim was elaborating and you guys are elaborating. It's actually a fact in any social development, and if we're to exist as a people that has a role in this world, okay, our entity has Equatoria has to exist. That's the highest energy that we can project ourselves, that we are a people among the people living on this earth. They can marry. The future bitana has to be defined, and history bitana has to be minimized and taught to the generations of our children as if we ourselves didn't have any existence. Sudan then, or Equatoria even never existed. Yeah, it's a fact that there are differences in the way we look at politics in South Sudan. And there is also a way and differences in the way we look at the future of Equatoria. The reason I'm saying it's a fact, because history has always have such differences. Uhajere is not new. But for some of us, we've already committed to understand and to believe that Equatoria only doesn't end with us. It is still going to exist in the future generation. So what we're doing here is our part, and how we can disseminate this information of being an Equatorian to exist in the future Equatorians. So it's a noble duty to many Equatorians today, as the way I look at it, to be part of this movement. The existence of Equatoria is necessary. And the existence of our cultures and our social groups has to exist, is necessary. Because for them to exist, Equatoria has to exist. And for Equatoria to exist, the statehood of Equatoria has to exist. And other brothers in the urban knowledge that there is Equatoria. And if the issues of South Sudan becomes a question of discussion, Equatoria should have a say on it. Otherwise, we Equatorians are able to do everything the way we can do for ourselves. It's not an obligation that we have to be part of South Sudan. We are free nations, free people, and free sovereign people. Kuluzol can decide for himself. Our existence together is actually a testimony that we are unique. The bonds that have connected us through the centuries cannot even be measured. That one person can come and destroy all these cultures that have been existing for generations and generations, and to impose their own in this land that we call land of our ancestors. We will just be watching how things are going. Cheerleading it. Cannot cheerlead this. This is a threat for our very existence. The Western domination, the world, won't destroy a lot of people from their connections with land. Don't. Western world initiative. Now, even to get those information, money ain't data. You have to spend considerable amount of money. The roots, the generation that come in Ireland, or in Scotland, or in when. It's not easy. Can you become business what we call DNA connections of Sunasa Gelda final roots and Asta Kedetara Minwe. And all these cost money. Younger generations, spend time looking for their problems. Go lands or villages and can access bigger belly to dinka. Just dancing in this material world. Equatorians, the choice is individually. And the struggle for Equatoria continues. Thank you, Brother James. أنا ما قاعد أفوق إني كنت أروي أنا ما أعرف. أنا جريش شنشيل تبارك.
يا أنا في باين أنت كمان تعمل ريفريش من التلفون حقك. مشكور كثير أستاذ أيكو، نرحب معنا في المنصة أستاذ أتيكا. أنت ما داعي ليك قاعد، أنت عارف الحاصل شنو إكزاكتلي، لكن نحن بنتكلم عن زيارة قيادة EPA لولاية كوينزلاند في مدينة بريسبن في فعاليات اليوم الثقافي الاستوائي اللي هو كان في 15 أكتوبر في الشهر ده. والكلام كله اتقال هناك صراحة، ده بيثبت أنه صحيح الإيكاتوريان في الكونشس بتاعهم السياسي والمجتمعي والثقافي عالي. الناس اتكلمت، المواطنين هو اتكلموا هناك، ما دكتور حكيم ولا دكتور عالمة كوفد مشي هناك. الناس ركزت للحتة بتاعت وحدة الاستوائيين اللي هو Equatoria Unity، والجزئية دي كان خاصة بها الدكتورة عالمة، وهي لسه ما جات لكن ممكن تتكلم عنها. هي مادة متاحة ل everybody، لكن هي كانت هناك بتورينا المشاعر تنقلنا لها من هناك، والناس هناك اتكلمت عن الهوية الايدنتيتي بتاع الإيكاتوريا. الدكتور حكيم شرح الحاجات دي كلها قبل، واستاذ ايكو وهنربو سابينا برضو قبل اتكلمت عنه، اللي هو الهوية مربوطة بالأرض والدولة اوف كورس انت قاعد فيها والمجتمع. اذا فقدت واحد من الثلاثة ديل يبقى ان انت ما عندك وجود. تفضل اخونا استاذ أتيكا.
Just before Ithaca comes on, I just wanted to give a quick overview, to put everything in context. That message from Australia, of course, like James said, we were invited to Brisbane, specifically to Brisbane, as this celebration of Equatoria Day. And we talked about the identity of Equatoria because not many people there identify themselves as South Sudanese. The South Sudanese were pronounced in their kind of association with the government and with everything that is falling apart are either Nuer or Dinka. And Equatorians don't see themselves as being part of that because the state itself does not represent Equatoria. So the celebration of Equatoria Day was to bring all the different social groups in. And they came in their force, they came in force represented by young children from age of 5 to age of 7 doing their cultural dances. And there was just a show of this diversity and rich culture that Equatoria is bestowed with. And Nyangora played, Kakwa played, Bari played, and all of these different social groups that were represented, the Azande and so on. It was very colorful, and we were accorded the highest, accolades, awarded, accorded the highest hospitality you can think of. And we really enjoyed the moment. We were treated, with, hospitality and great, honor. So the discussion that we kind of led was focused on the unity of Equatoria and on the identity of Equatoria, because that's something that they want to bridge. The young children that are growing up will probably relate better when they see some of these cultural dances and then they discover their roots. They start to identify who they are. And I think that's a wonderful thing. There was like really over 1,000 Equatorians in the hall, and it was just really beautiful. And each of these different social groups represented themselves as best as they could because they saw themselves as being one Equatoria, and with rich diversity that adds value to the sort of existence of Equatoria. And this existence is being threatened. So we talked about identity as being having three components: the people, the land, and their cultures. Now, in order for you to preserve these three dimensions of Equatoria, people, land, and culture, from being grabbed, from being displaced into becoming refugees, and you need to create a state. The state is the tool for preserving this, rich sort of cultural heritage, the way of life, the way we live as Equatorians, being democratic, not being, at the, sort of imbrabta, Benue or anything like that, And we oppose government, and that is seen as being democratic, alliance with democratic values that Equatoria is known for. And of course, the land, there's a lot of land grabbing. We want to preserve and protect our lands, our ancestral homelands. And of course, the people who are being forced out into refuge and so on. So in order for us to preserve these three things, the people, the land, and their cultures, we need to create a state. This state will be the container and protector of this. And not only that, they showed that Equatoria is a nation because you had all of these like 35 or more cultural groups coming together and looking at themselves as one people. Who else can do that? We haven't seen this happening elsewhere other than in Equatoria. So everybody was asserting that we are a nation, we're celebrating our diversity. And this became very clear in the discussions in many of these aspects. And Alma spoke about unity. So that the unity that we want is the unity that will preserve this identity. How do we preserve this identity? The culture, the people, the land, right? And then creating the state that would preserve this as an expression of our continued existence and sovereignty of the people of Equatoria. So that is how people look at themselves. And this message is out for the rest of Equatoria to join hands. This like Equatoria in USA, Equatoria in Canada, Equatoria in the UK, Equatoria in Europe, in Egypt, everywhere. It's the strength, the power it will give us that matters, that would help preserve the existence of Equatoria. And we have a lot that's going for us, but we're just not, putting enough effort behind it for our welfare. And this is going to change. We're at a watershed point. We're going to be moving together, hand in hand. In the dark, we find our light. In the storm, we hold on tight, and so on and so forth. So the spirit of our going there and what we came back with is just great. We want to share it with other Equatorians. We want to celebrate it. And that there is a dimension. There's not only just the celebration of the cultural aspects, but there's also need to celebrate the institutions that we can create and the effort that we need to put into, in work and effort to try to create institutions that will support our people. And we can do this together. All of us as Equatorians, we can do it together. And this is very much so reflected and captured in what is our, for now, like we have EPA has got a flag, and then it also got an anthem, which goes, sunrise on Equatorial land. Sunrise on Equatorial land, fields of gold, hearts of man, together we stand strong, we fight under the same guiding light. Drums echo through the night, songs of freedom take flight. children dance, hope in their eyes for a future where peace lies. Because Equatoria loves peace, and we can only preserve and get that peace when we govern ourselves, when we, as a sovereign people. That's what our children aspire to. Rise up, Equatoria, rise. Dreams of freedom touch the skies. Hand in hand, we march ahead. In our hearts, no longer dread. There's nothing that we dread. We cannot dread this system that is holding us back, holding us as hostage. We should no longer dread it. In our hearts, we fight, as one people under the same guiding line. Rivers flow through the soil. White Nile, the kinetic, river, and Western Equatoria, and all of this. With our hands, we toil. Every step the tale we weave together. In unity, we believe. Through the storms, we hold on tight. In the dark, we find our light. Voices raised, we won't be torn. In Equatoria, new dawn is born. Rise up, Equatoria, rise. Dreams of freedom touch the skies. Hand in hand, we march ahead. In our hearts, no longer dread. So that is the message from Brisbane, from celebration of Equatoria Day. And this message is here. Wanted to send this message further to our community in Canada, in Australia, everywhere, wherever there is Equatoria. So just in honor of that, I'd like to just maybe play this song so that you hear the message as it came through the waves and airs of Brisbane. So let me just play this. Sorry. Thank you. That is the message. So welcome, Brother Background. Thank you.
شكرا دكتور حقنداري وللإيضاح مرة ثانية، والمزيكا والنشيد الجميل واللذيذ ده شيروه يا شباب في الجروبات. أنا ما أعرف، ما شايف أستاذتك معانا هنا. أعطيك أنت موجود؟
Yes.
وما موجود ثانية. اتفضلي شقدوا ميرول كم أستاذة، شقدوا تفضل.
صباح الخير أستاذ جامي، دكتور حكيم، أيكو. أوديسيوس موجود يا تنقلاوي، بس بكون هنا حقك معك.
أوكي معليش. نديه دوره. يلا نرجع لك تاني، ما تمرق. خليك قاعد. أتيكا أستاذتك، انتوا سامعين صوتي يا سادة؟
لا نسمع قاعد.
أنا ما يا أتيكا تفضل.
Odysseus, can you hear us?
يا ما في مشكلة. يا go ahead أستاذ.
يا شكرا شديد. صباح الخير، مساء الخير، whatever everybody according to your time zone. أنا بسلمكم كلكم. I'm so happy to be here and to hear your presentation, Dr. Hakim. It's a very great, visit, special for us as mothers in abroad. Dealing with situation of the kids and everything is really very great to see the leaders, كان proposition ولا مفروض لو كان بلد كويس كان مفروض في ناس represented بكون جايين من بلد to address their own, because we still refugees, wherever we get from the abroad, but we still we know where we come from. احنا ما زي الناس اللي كانوا مثلا جايين زي slave وكده, the problem brought us, and everybody knows whatever happened in 20 years plus. جنوبيين بصفة خاصة they suffer. That's why الناس متوزعين في كل أنحاء العالم. بعد السلام من المفترض بيكون في represented هيجوا to address, the citizen whatever they are. So إنه دي ناسنا وفعلا شكرا للناجحين الشغالين في سيستم في السجون وكده, في كل أنحاء العالم في trouble is happening. We can see now زي ما ترام قاعد يرجع ناس في original country بتاعهم. لو ما لقينا الناس to address this issue, there is nothing. So your visit was very, very grateful to your community, and this is exactly the leadership that we are looking forward for it. And this is a role model. يعني الناس قاعدين يتكلموا حاجات الكتيرة اللي قاعد يحصل في الجنوب. reflection بتاعه حتى abroad we can feel it, because حتى يا الناس البرا هنا بتلقى إنه بيدوم the survival if we can see some movies or some programs في التلفزيون the survival they have to come and experience some other lifestyle. يلا ديل كاموا كده واحدين the parents will do their part. لكن طبعا قالوا to raise a child is a village. كله بيحتاج من كله الناس من رجال الدين للسياسيين لكل الناس عشان to address the issue of the children, especially.
Inshallah, next time we'll be in Canada.
Yeah, you're welcome.
We're coming to USA. We're coming to Canada hopefully soon. Inshallah.
For sure, we will put for you a red carpet. Well, I will work hard for that because it's really very important. The message was very, very strong. We were following up. I know there is some people, they have the ego, not coming to listen. I always encourage the young, even if you're planning to be somebody tomorrow, you have to listen to, somebody that is older for you in 1 year or having experience. If you listen to him, you can benefit more than if you just keep yourself, But I know. And I really so grateful, and the message was very clear, and we can see the reflection of our kids. They are coming out to be participate. أي عيال اللي بيقعد مع ناس كبار بيتعلموا أكتر وبيكونوا أكتر ناجحين في society. يعني بتلقى في ناس حتى في generation حقنا في ناس بيكونوا قاعدين مع دفعاتهم، يعني دفعة الأكبر منهم بيتعلموا أكتر. ليه؟ لأنه لكل جيل في حاجة كده unique. You can get benefit from it, and it's really I'm here just to tell you thank you, Dr. Alma. The message was very clear. Your appeal to that event was very, very unique. Lano, you represent something else to the entire country. You have the country to be in the better shape, and you try to alert your own people. To reflect this one to the level of the community. That was very, very strong message, and that was very great move. ما كل حاجة بس ناس يمشي يتكلم عن سياسة وكده. حتى هنا لأنه I see after referendum many people from abroad they help in that country. لكن بس طبعا ناس ديل هم كان جو idea معين ولا هم دايرين يشيلوا that country in a different direction in their own. لو كان سمعوا للناس by now we should be somewhere. But they don't want to listen, and I'm really so grateful that I just want to tell you thank you for your team, because it's not easy to travel. It's not about events. زي ما الناس قاعدين يقولوا إيكواتوريا جينا حفلات وكده. لكن no, if you see the way now the presentation of the party or the participation of the young people is really very good. And when you see the kids running in the malls, stealing or fighting in the, بالذات في ستريت استراليا لو شفنا كم عيال قاعدين يتقاتلوا في الشوارع. يعني 10 years old is just like very, very heartbreaking to the mothers to see. معلش لما نزول يكون 18 and above بقولوا مثلا he's already an adult. لكن لما تشوف جنة صغير عمر 10 بيعمل حاجات ما بيساعد. It's not within their family. بنعرف بعد مرات لما نزول يكون جنة صغير maybe في بيتكم تكون إنسان شقي، لكن لما توصل في مستوى to society, that is very dangerous to society. I always telling my kids sometimes when they go they play, they have like a drive-through, you know, just to collect the recycling from the neighborhood. And they will come with the feedback, Mom, why are all these people giving us? Some of them, if they don't have recycling, they give them money and all this. I say it's good for them to raise, you know, the polite, the responsible kids in the society than seeing you guys become, you know, troublemakers. Everybody will not live safe in the country. And thank you so much. And keep up, you know, within the country and within abroad. We all need that strength to work very hard and to build the society from in to out. شكرا وأنا حاجة هنا.
كثير مؤكد يس كلام في انه ما كل حاجه سياسه. الاجتماع ده ذاته بدون اجتماع انت حتى ما بتقدر تمارس سياسه. نحن بنقول اجتماع نتكلم عن ايدنتيتي حتى وحده المكونات دي عشان تحقق هدف سياسي لازم يكون تخاطب قضايا المجتمع. نحن بنقول قضايا المجتمع مؤكد children are there. الاطفال موجودين هناك لانهم اطفال اليوم شباب بكره ورجال الغد. مع المسألة دي ما بدت هسي عبر الاجيال ماشيه من جيل لجيل. عشان كده نحن نتكلم عن الروافع الفكريه ودورها في المجتمعات في كل المجالات. يعني شخصيات زي الدكتور حكيم، دكتورة آلمة وغير من القواعد الروافع الفكريه دارين يتحركوا في مساحات اجتماعيه عشان انت تقدر تحفظ حق المواطن بتاعك. المواطن بتاعك هنا هو المواطن الايكاتوري. ما في زول بيمشي يتكلم بالإنابة عنك مهما كان. حتى ربنا ذاته لما فتح لنا باب العبادة ذاته الواحد واحد ده بقوة الإلهية بيجي حاسبنا بعدين نحن كلنا على حدة. يلا انت دورك كإنسان ربنا هباك بموهبة محددة زي زول الكتب الشعر بتاع النشيد ده فور اكزامبل اللحن والموسيقيين. ما نحن ما كلنا موسيقيين، ما كلنا بنقدر نكتب شعر، ما كلنا بنقدر نلحن. دي مواهب. الموهبة بتاعت التواصل التالم بتاع التواصل مع الشعوب برضه هي موهبة. القبول ده بيجي من ربنا. نحن بس بنمشي ساكت as a human being. يبقى انه هنا بعد المرحلة السياسية نحن وصلنا فوقها هو مرحلة انه يكون في انتاج مع القاعدة مع الجماهير مع الشعب عشان الرسالة شنو تصل بأي طريقة كان. يكون ثمراتها انتوا شفتوه في استراليا. انتوا شفتوا المواطنين هو قاعدين يقولوا شنو؟ ما اساسا ما حيقدر يعملوا لك حاجه وزاوت المواطنين. المواطنين هم اللي بيدوك انه نحن دايرين شنو؟ المواطنين قالوا نحن دايرين وحده بتاع إيكاتوريا. اوكي وحده بتاع إيكاتوريا في على مستوى المواطنين عادي، لكن ايه والميكانيزم وينه لتحقيق اهداف محدده. الهويه استاذتك موجود هنا بيحب الحاجات بتاع الهويات دي. بدون هويه انت ما عندك وجود. بدون هويه انت ما عندك ارض. بدون هويه انت ما عندك دوله ذات. ده واقع الاشياء. عشان كده دي مسؤوليه بتاعت everybody. مشكوره كثير اختي
والدولة اخي هنا جيمس، الدولة اللي هي اللي بتحافظ على الهوية ذاتها. يعني انت ما عندك دولة ما بتقدر تحافظ على الهوية بتاعتك. تحافظ على الهوية بتاعتك كيف؟
لا
انت محتاج لدولة عشان تحافظ على الهوية بتاعتك.
اكزاكتلي دكتور حكيم دار. انت لو الدوله صحيح دولة حديثة الستيت المودرن ستيت بتشمل الحاجات دي كلها. يلا سؤال لكم انتوا الجنوبيين قاعدين تقولكم ما عارف وحدة ما عارف يونيتي ما يونيتي. يا اخي الوحدة دي وجدانية موجودة، لكن وحدة الدولة ما الدولة لو ما باني نفسها على أسس حديثة بتحفظ كل انواع الهويات داخل الدولة يبقى انك انت حتمارس الهوية بتاعتك دي وين؟ ده ما سؤال يا جماعة. ولا نحن قاعد نتكلم في حاجات تانية كأهل الكهف. لكن كويس انه الشعب هو المعيار. المواطنين دي شفتوا المواطنين دي زيهم ما في الكورة دي ذاته الاستاد ده عشان ندي لاستاذتك فرصة. الاستاد ده لو قاموا جابوا ال 24 لاعب براهم يلعبوا اللي هم كامل 22 لاعب ده ومعاهم ناس الكوتشي والإدارة بتاع النادي والمسؤولين. هل المباراة دي تكون حلوة ما تكون حلوة؟ ملح أي حاجة هو جماهير الشعب، لأنه حتى القيادات ذات أو أصحاب المواهب الناس اللي كتبوا الشعر ده، الناس دي جايين من وين؟ دول مواطنين جايين من الناس العاديين. في واحد تلقاه ربنا اداه موهبة يكتب، كتب الشعر الحسي خطيناه هنا ده، واحد عمل له تنحيل، لانه بعض مرات ممكن اللي يكتب ده ما يقدر يلحن، لكن sometimes God can give different talent احيانا. في النهايه ده عمل تكامل. يلا هنا بقى ده دور، بعد ده الزيارات حتتوالى، انتوا قوموا بواجبكم. صدقوني المرحله الجايه دي مرحله بتاعت مرتقب سياسي ماشي يحصل، عشان ما تجي كلام من النوم تجي تلقى في حاجات ثانيه حصلت. شكرا تشكدوا استاذاتك، يتفضلوا فيك المنصه. اتيكا، استاذ اتيكا.
هنا ما بفهم، ما الصوت بتاعه ما بزار.
يا تفضل دن قاعد تتكلم، انا ما شايفك ذاته تقريبا توتال. يا ويلكم، يو كان جو اهيد.
اوكي، شكرا يا جيمس. كيف استاذ حكيم؟ تمام؟ شكرا.
Thank you.
يا انا بسلم انتم كله يا اخوانا. Equatoria people alike نازل تيت كمان انا بسلم. يا موضوع بتاع بلد تانا يا اخوانا ده موضوع very hard. أنا هنا بأرال بمال we will not think back again because the unity can not get go. So there's no any option left. The only option left now for us to identify our identity. And we have to sit back and call ourselves as a community because a lot of things have been done. A lot of things have been tried. Some leaders try hard to build peace, but they were rejected. So I think this is the time for us to think deep on this. I hear Zol Lemshi Malcolm. I can't, maybe, I don't know if narration of Arabic, maybe unity. Yes, Arabic, unity, maybe weather. You see, map weather. So map weather. Here's all Lemshi Beto. Ala loeta bamule bebo kali yepsi kali amule bebo le taban beleda ma betimna kwes taban ajada la mulko bede da keta. Arab never did this for us. Arab was good for us. Arab was dealing with only a politician. That's all. Arab never did anything for civilian in South Sudan. But now this happened to be like the same regime targeting the civilian, killing them, burning them alive. So this stage, we could not think about South Sudan. Here's all left to go. Then we'll use an option. I can do lagot bit one. This is too much. It's too much. Dol mader salam. Dol kaman mader reform. Dol mader haja. Bamunishuno. It is better as though let's even though it's not going to be free, the Aquana, this is not free. The call for Equatorian is not free. The call for Afanal is not free. Ajadel is not free. Some people must sacrifice for it. Some people must do it so that other people will survive. It's not an easy path, and it's not an easy journey. The people who look for reform, they face a lot of things. You cannot reach there either. or you can read there if you are lucky. Because you want the transformation of the country in a better way. But somebody who has the power try to make sure that the country is not in good shape. So now these two powers, you can read your destination or not. See, we see it everywhere. You see, and that's the main reason why they hit the Machar to death, because the Machar wants fairness in the country. And Salva Kiir and his regime want a dictatorial system to kill people, displace people, humiliate people, kill people every day. So that two forces cannot fight together. One must be destroyed and one will continue. And that's why you see in Kenya, Raila Odinga was fighting for the democracy and the equality. But in another side, they say this guy hate a certain tribe, which is totally false. It's not true. Some youth have been manipulated, telling them Raila Odinga don't like Kikuyu, which is lie. See? And that's how things work. And that's why you see now in our country, South Sudan, some people say, we get power, we will kill Yemachar, which is totally wrong. It's wrong disinformation. It's information. And that's what's killing us. So they manipulate the use of their own tribe, telling them lies. Again, it's the people who can bring the country together. So I did a lasa figure map. So I urge every community to find their way. Whether that will be a total separation or the total whatever it is good for them. Don't take this easy. Everybody must go to this community and preach to them. This is the tribal up, and that will not fit to accommodate all of us. Everyone has to go and form his own community. We have a community before what is called South Sudan, like what I can say. It is 100%. We were there before what is called South Sudan. If what we call South Sudan become a problem, and then we will reclaim our communities. So they were there before South Sudan. And I think that's what Akim said. Equatorian was there before South Sudan. Nobody created Equatoria. But Equatoria, but Afana create what is called South Sudan. If that doesn't work, then Equatoria must stand as I defended. Is there something wrong there? No, it's right. The Dolma de Salam Bamolish. The game is very complete. And anybody there, MCP market or about the market, I will support. I will support 100%. You guys have to mobilize yourself, make sure you read this word properly. MCP are done or not. But we don't have any option left, no option left. You see, a fiscal can gamma algadma declaring my charlo can implementation. There will be a responsibility, there will be accountability, there will be everything possible to shape our country so that we can come to unity. Okay. The people who would be something wrong are protected for it. But because they know that they don't want it, that is the only chance we have. Now, no more chance. So everybody has to talk. Everybody can form his own community and stay there and control it. It's a little job of war, point blank. And it's not for free. Those people go like the politics. No politics, brother. You blame Panga Batak, you blame Kochok Batak, you blame Malonda Batak, God more. And this is not easy. This is not a fight. Yeah, you might fight for it. No. So Equatoria Day, Equatoria, you gotta well equip yourself. But now then, you're already infiltrated in your land. They know the beauty of your land. They know what is good in your land. So now they are there. They get advantage of it. For you to get them out of that, you have to get ready, my friend. You have to get it. Especially in Equatoria, the young are fight a lot on the side of Numli, the side of Adila, all of it. So everybody now runs to Uganda. Because they have power, they humiliate people. So what should we do? If you have nothing, then you have to run for your life. Baganat, in Equatorial, they take it easy. It's not easy, guys. It's not easy. I know for us too, it's not easy for us. But luckily, we are on the move. They're fighting. Like now, Riek is the one that pushes us for peace. We don't like this because we know who is self-fulfilled. Now, if Riek peace is done, we are ready. We don't give a fuck. We can go to hell with them. Because this peace is the one that tied us up, tied us very bad. Tied us very bad because our leader, yes, is our son, but he told us, let's go for peace. So now, if that peace fails, what next? So now, the community, we have to talk and say there's no more cheating, no more manipulation, no more peace talk. Let's go to the hell. This is what will happen in a few days from now. Because I will never be a slave to the JC leadership, ever. And our community will never be a slave to the JC leadership. I don't think it will happen. We tried and they didn't make. What about these people? They're gonna emulate normally they are slave? No, it's not gonna work. So that's what I support you 100%. Preach the word of unity among yourself. Even those in Juba, because some of them that are there, but they have no choice. It's not because they don't know what is happening. Be a friend to them too. Their kids are outside here, unite with them. Tell them what is Juba is what is Juba. Our people are keep hosts there, mind the war. So my better kalami has. Lakin in there, tell our book back to Juba. In Equatoria we are one. So then from there you will get a momentum. Then tomorrow you will get your state. 3 states of Equatorial must be independent. So Yakwana, thank you. That's what I can support you on, and I will stop from here.
شكرا اخونا استاذ بيتر توتال. يس كلامك في محله. يس الحاجات دي يا تاريخيا بتحتاج لفواتير. اوف كورس ما في حاجه في الدنيا دي مجانا. الفواتير دي ممكن تكون فواتير كثيره وانا ما داير اتكلم عنها. النظام حيجر الناس للفواتير دي whether we like it or not. المسار السياسي ماشي لده. كل المؤشرات، كل السيبتم، كل الانديكيشنز قاعد توري ان احنا ماشيين في الخيارات بتاعت الفواتير دي. يلا خيارات الفواتير دي يبقى انه هنا ده الدور الشعبي ذاته، الدور بتاع الجماهير. انت ما بتكون مكتوف الايادي او تكون متكئ على الارائك والفاتوره دي حيدفع زول تاني. الفاتوره دي لازم انت تكون عندك فيها اسهامات، وده بيجي من باب الواجب الوطني. ما فيها الكلام الخاضع لاجري اند ديساجري او المعيار السياسي، لانه الظلم ما عنده تعريف يختلف من الناحيه الاصطلاحيه بتاعت اللغه. يعني الظلم باللغات حقتنا حق افريقيا دي بيروطانه نوير يهو الظلم وما مقبول، ما في زول داير. بيروطانه ايدوغو والله الظلم ده واحد معروف بالعربي بالانجليزي بيروطانه ايدوغو، وتفاعل الناس تجاهه ما في زول داير الظلم. بيروطانه مكراكا بالاشولي باي حاجه بالزاندي ظلم ما مقبول. ما في حاجات كده بتحتاج لمثلا الاختلاف تكون مع ده او مع ده، ده الشيء طبيعي. لكن في واقع بتاع ظلم في فواتير دي لازم تدفع، والفواتير دي هي بتجي اخر خيار. unfortunately خيارة انت ما بتكون عندك مثلا الحريه بتاع انك تختار انت دار الفاتوره الصعبه دي ولا لا، بيجبروك، الواقع بيجبرك انت تخش في الفاتوره دي، ونحن ماشيين عليها بالمناسبه. اتزمتها بس بتاع اعلان ظاهر انه الحاصل شنو في دوله جنوب السودان باين ما ده الاثنين ثلاثه. لو مشيت في القهاوي في اللمات العامه المناسبات الاجتماعيه انت بتعرف انه شنو ماشي يحصل في ساوث السودان. الدوله جنبنا دي الام السودان اللي هو كلنا كنا دوله واحده. هل الحاصل هسه في السودان ده قبل 2023 ابريل ده مثلا، من ابريل انزل تحت يناير 2023 وقبل ذاته في امشي ل 2022 2021 بالذات 22 كان ظاهر انه البلد ده حتكون في وضع ان احنا شايفينه قدامنا ده ظاهر. ان شاء الله لو انت ما قاعد في السودان هناك ما بتسمع الاخبار وكالة الانباء وبتشوف السجال بين السياسيين الكلام اللي بيتقال. بالمناسبه العساكر ده بيجوا اخر ناس بيجوا في المشهد. انت بتشوف السجال السياسي، انت بتشوف مثلا القيادات السياسيه قاعد تقول شنو. ده طوالي بيوريك كل ما كلامهم بقى سخن وحار، يلا بعد ذاك شوف الشعب الجماهير قاعد تتفاعل كيف. بعد شويه بتجي تظهر الحاجات بتاعت الفواتير دي. كان باين حق جنوب السودان كمان باين وظاهر، ما في زول بيقدر يصلح الشغله دي يوقفها انه ما تحصل الا النظام الحاكم في جي 1 داك. لا not because they are better than others، لا لانه هم عندهم الاراده السياسيه في يدهم. لو هم صادقين يسلموا الجنوب ده للجنوبيين، يقول لهم القوى السياسيه يقعدوا وديسايد الحاجه دي انها شنو الشعب. نحن في الاي بي بيهتم بقضايا الشعب والجماهير، مش تعمل ديسايد على فكرك السياسي، لا تشوف المواطنين دول دايرين شنو. لان الجنوبيين انتوا دايرين تعيشوا مشردين طول الابد. اخوتنا تشوقتهم هنا قالت كلام في محله. انت حتى لو في دياسبورا بلد تكواجات استري هذول انت متشرد. الفرق بس انك انت قاعد في بيت او في ابارتمنت، لكن انت عايش حياه بتاع التشرد، لانه الوضع الطبيعي بتاعك انك انت على الاقل تقعد في بلدك. الطبيعي انه ممكن بلدك دي تمشي فيها سنويا بولاداتك، تمشي تحوم هناك تشوف اهلك تشوف اعمامك تشوف خيلانك تشوف جدودك وتقعد ذاته ترتاح. ببلدنا الكعب ده ما في مشكله، شجره نيم شجره باباي از اوكي. لكن هل ده موجود؟ اذا ده ما موجود السبب اللي ما قاعد يخلوه موجود شنو؟ ما انت لازم تزعل نفسك. بعد ما تزعل نفسك اوكي، عشان انت الحاجه الموجوده دي تزيلها انت تعيش حياه طبيعيه، المفروض تعمل شنو؟ 1 2 3. 1 2 3 ده يجي عبر شنو؟ يجي عبر اليات سياسيه محدده، شغل شفاف بين المواطنين الجماهير والقاعده السياسيه ايا كان مسمياتها. هي كده. مشكور اخوي استاذ بيتر، كلامك في محل. الجنوب ده نحن من قاعد نتكلم بتفاصيله الثقافيه، في بعض الجنوبيين قاعدين يجي يقولوا لنا لا. لكن انا بصفه شخصيه يعني مياز جيمس دونغولار شفت اخواننا البيتر جاي منهم ده، انا ما دار اذكر بكل وضوح ده اللي هو احسن ناس في المجموعه الثقافيه في ساوث السودان ده. يعني لما نطلع على ايكاتوريا اوف كورس انا منهم يعني ايكاتوريا، انا بتكلم عن الاخرين. ده اللي هو احسن ناس. يس بيكون في اخطاء سياسيه ده عملت وده شيء طبيعي. بالمناسبه البوليتيكال ميستيك it can be handled، لكن القضيه لما تكون عند اهداف استراتيجيه تهام اذرز وماشي سيستماتيكالي، انت طوالي تصنف الزول ده بمثابه العدو. الزول قاعد يعمل الحاجات ده. نمرة 2 طوالي الزول بيعمل المساندة السياسية. نحن هنا بنتكلم سياسة، ما قاعد نتكلم علاقات عاطفية. الزول الورا الجهات دي بيساعده سياسيا وبيلعب بنظام الثلاثة ورقات، انت برضه زول ده يكونسيده هيم از ان انمي. السياسة بتعاطوها كده. لكن اخواننا اللي هو بيتر جاي منهم ده شوفوا من مستوى قياداتهم ممكن يكون في ميستك از اوكي، لكن قياداتهم الوسطية شوف بيتكلموا كيف، شوف النشطاء حقونهم بيتكلموا كيف، شوفهم ذاته كمواطنين قاعدين يتكلموا كيف. ما حصل يوم سمعناهم قالوا نحن دايرين نشيل حاجه بتاعت زول تاني. وحتى في الحاجات الحاصله في الاستوائيه هم يهو قاعدين يتكلموا. انا ما دار اذكر اساميهم لانه هم زي ده برضه عندهم البوليتيكال احزابهم السياسيه. نحن ما نجيب اسامي ناس ثانيين، لكن انتم قاعدين تسمعوا باذنينكم براكم، قاعدين يقولوا انتم عندكم ظلم في بلدكم هناك. يهودا اخونا استاذ بيتر توتال قال الكلام ده. يعني في ظلم، في تهجير قسري، في ديموغرافيك تشينج قاعد يتم على مستوى الارض بغطاء الدوله. يلا تاني انت بتكون مستني شنو يعني؟ بتكون مستني شنو المرحله الجايه دي؟ انت حتكون مستني شنو المرحله الجايه دي؟ حتكون مرحله تصحى من النوم كده انت بتلقى حاجه ممكن يكون بكره، هو نوس. عشان كده الرساله حقتنا كلنا كجماهير كشعب ان احنا لازم نكون مستعدين بيمشي يحصل شنو. قبان نظام الفواتير ده، شفت كلام فواتير اخونا دونسو بيتر؟ نظام الفواتير ده جيجا، نظام الفواتير ده جيجا، انت ما حتقدر تستغنى عنه. يلا حتتعامل مع ما كويس. لكن مشكور بيتر، اخونا بيتر، انت راجل حبوب. ونحن انا صراحه اذكر انا قاعد اسميه مصطلحا علي. شفت جماعه علي ديلي هو ناس، لا ديلي هو ناسي. ناس زول بيجي يساعد اهاليه ويجي يقول لهم يا اخي انتوا هم مظلومين عملوا لكم كده، ده زول ما عدو، ده زول واضح، لكن هو ما عنده بوليتيكال ويل في يده. قال لكم عكس الزول اللي بيمشي يساعد من ورا داك تحت يقول هو معاك لكنه سياسيا شغال ضدك. نقول له كيف الكلام ده؟ ما في كونتراديكشن. انت دار زول يجي يقول لك عديل كده يا اخي انا شغال ضدك، ما في زول حاجه يقول لك زي ده. انت بتشوف الحاصل شنو وبعد ده تقيم الحاجه الحاصله دي. هذا الاندفيديال ذاته بيبدا من الفرد، لانه حتى التنظيمات السياسيه ده ما بيبدا بالفرد، مكوناته شنو؟ ما فرد بيبقى افراد وبعد ذاك حيبقى تنظيم، وفي الاساس انت شعب جمهور. ولا كيف يا جماعه؟ انا غلطان؟ شكرا جزيلا اخوي بيتر. استاذ اتيكا، دكتور حكيم، لو عندك اي اضافه للكلام اللي اتقال من الاخوه المتداخلين ديل از اوكي. تفضل دكتور.
بس بسيط كده استقطاب يعني هنا تعقيب بسيط لكلام اللي بيتر قاله. ويعني كان واضح في كلامه انه احنا كلنا نرجع لشنو؟ نرجع لمناطقنا. حتى دول القاعدين في جوبا ده ما هيقعدوا هناك يعني indefinitely. لما البحر الغزال يمشي او ابر نايل يمشي واستوائية rise up, they will take a decision to move out. I think it's better that they move out. They move back to their respective regions because the state that South Sudan is not viable. It's not viable. بقى عبء علينا يعني احنا بقينا هسي ضحايا بتاعت الدولة بتاعت جنوب السودان. ولا بس ندفع ثمن نكون ضحايا ليه؟ ما احنا احسن نكون احرار مش كده؟ انت كان ادوك اختيار بين الحريه وتكون تحت سلفا كير، ده بتختار يا دوب. الكلام واضح. لو في فاتوره بتدفعه او احتمال ممكن تتجنب الفاتوره باساليب ذكيه برضه، ده برضه ممكن. احنا بس ما اتكلمنا فيه، في تفاصيل كثيره ناس بتحاول تتكلم فيه. لكن هسه اهم حاجه انه شنو؟ Like in the case of Upper Nile Republic, they say if Salva Kiir wants to go and fight them, let them bring the SSPDF to Upper Nile. Let them come and fight them in Upper Nile. لكن هم هيمشوا, they will go ahead and establish the Upper Nile Republic, and they are prepared to defend it. So if Salva Kiir has the army SSPDF بتاعته ده جعانين وما عندهم اكل وما عندهم مواهي، انا ما اعرف هيمشوا يحاربوا كيف مع Upper Nile. لكن they are welcome. The Upper Nile will wait for them. That's what we hear. That's what the statement saying. So وده رسالة احنا كنا يعني بنطرحها مين في جولة التك يعني بدري عسير لنا كم سنة. اوكي ف النظام ده زي ما يعني it's just the time is being served or the notice is being served to them. It's just a matter of time and this system will go, because it's not a sustainable system. It will not work, and there is a mounting pressure on this system. هسي قريب ده كان في United Nations report talking about the level of corruption يعني من الدول اللي هسي almost تكاد تكون هي الدول الفاشلة في العالم يعني. طيب احنا عاوزين نقعد في دولة فاشلة دي شنو يعني؟ احنا بنحب نكون فاشلين يعني ولا شنو؟ لا احنا ما بنحب نكون فاشلين، لكن ربما بيحتاج انه احنا ندفع بعض الفاتورة زي ما جيمس اتكلم. وده ممكن يعني في تاريخ بتاعت الشعوب بتدفع فواتير عشان تقدر تنعم بالحياة الحرة، عشان تقدر تنعم بحياة كريمة. unless you choose you don't want حياة كريمة وعاوز تعيش بس في المغرب. هسه احنا كان قلنا احنا عاوزين كويسين، الحمد لله احنا بقينا في استراليا، بقينا في USA، ده بقى زي الوطن نمرة 2 يعني. maybe air conditions والايس كريم والحاجات دي كلها is that what we really want? And what about if things go wrong? Even if you have citizenship. ما هسي في تنامي بتاع قومية برضه في يوروب، في بريطانيا مثلا وفي محلات كثيرة. The English want to say that they don't want foreigners. They don't عاوزين يحتكروا decision making. They don't want people fleeing other countries and coming to their country. So how are you going to make your future and future generations to other in the West? انت لازم لا محالة يعني ترجع للاستوائية مش كده؟ In our case, there's nothing better than home. So at the end of the day, we're gonna have to prepare and live a dignified life in our country في الاستوائية, because that's where our roots are. انت عندك كامل الحرية، لكن في طغاة، ناس بين تانيين طغاة عاوزين يجلسوا في راسك. But we can't allow that. We can't tolerate it. We have to resist it, right? We have to resist it. The country is not Salva Kiir and his family's country. It's not his country. Equatoria is not his country. فديل كل who are grabbing the land or يستثمروا القروش بتاعهم ده السرقة ده وخطوها في العمارات في جوا هناك، بتصعب نسحب منهم كله او يرفعوا العمارات حقهم ليه يشيلوها معهم في Upper Nile ولا كان يشيلوها في بحر الغزال. We're not going to tolerate it. Okay, so الأرض استوائية للاستوائية، واستوائيين يستحقوا يكونوا دولة بتاعتهم ويقفوا على حالهم. They are more than capable of doing that. So the brute force cannot always supersede everything. Brute force cannot be sustainable. احنا عايشين في عالم حر ويتنامى فيه الحرية. So we cannot, tolerate this system. We have to resist by word, by anything. And as the song says, we have to rise up. Equatoria rise. Sunrise on Equatorial land is sustainable. It will replace الطغاة اللي احنا عندنا ده with a future in which peace lies. So شكرا للأخ بيتر لكلماتك الطيبات يعني واحنا يعني we have to put our hands together to fight this الطاغي ده نشيله برا من النظام ده. وبرضه حتى كان انتهينا شيلنا سالفاكير ده كويس، انت عندنا الحق في انه احنا نضع اساس لقيامة الدولة بتاع الاستوائية. و Upper Nile they have a right to put up the state of Upper Nile, okay? And we can live in peaceful coexistence as neighbors. But our people have to decide. Our people have to exercise their will. Our people have to exercise their right, democratic right and self-determination. كويس؟ واحنا في تصورنا زي ما قلنا دائما وبتاتا هنا Equatoria needs to determine and decide its own future. And we have allies in this. We have greater people the majority of people of greater people hail from Eastern Equatoria. They want to come back to Equatoria. And that's another conversation. And so we have a mass land, a land mass which can be sustainable in terms of the huge resources في البلد بتاعتنا. احنا ما عندنا حاجة ناقص. احنا we are self-sustainable. بنعتمد على الذات. We don't rely on food aid from outside. Equatoria is never, a dependent, country on the aid and relief that, other countries. We've always lived sustainably as best as we can, and we toil the land. Rivers flow through this Nile. The rivers flow through this land. With our hands we toil, right? That's who we are. So شكرا يا أخي بيتر على كلماتك الطيبات. Back to you, James. شكرا.
مشكور كثير دكتور حكيم. مشكور كثير أخونا برضو أستاذ بيتر المداخلة جميلة. مشكور. أنا الله تلفوني الليلة ما كويس. في زول جاي هنا تاني فوق. وأتيكا أستاذ أتيكا أنت موجود؟ أتيكا إذا أتيكا ما موجود يا اتفضل.
Yeah, sorry about that. I had some issues with my network, so I hope I'm very audible now. I can speak clearly. First of all, greetings to you, my fellow great. Yeah. All right, thank you very much, Brother Hakim. First of all, I want to give my warmest greeting to my fellow great Equatorians all over the world. Of course, and as unfortunate as it is, we are all in a diaspora. And some of us who are back home also, they might face so many challenges. Their challenge, of course, is that they are under oppression and mistreatment. And this is what breaks our heart, we as the Equatorian who have exited our land earlier before this conundrum had to be. Knowing that, that our land is still there, protected by them, I am even motivated as an Equatorian son that we will fight for our people and we will bring that liberty that our people desired and dreamt for so long. So it's indeed my honor to be around you with the members and organization of EPA. I, of course, most of you guys know me, Odysseus Africa, also one of the advocates, political and, social activists for the Equatoria case. And it's my honor that we do this not to be promoted as individuals or as organization, but to promote the case of Equatoria fully for the sake of our people, right? As we have mentioned, like I've mentioned earlier, our people back home are struggling and they're facing the brunt of suffering and the oppression, all that. So you know, I'm really excited, and I was, you know, when I talked with Brother Hakim a couple of days ago, when he told me that he was in Brisbane and he was doing a lot of, you know, advocacy and speaking to the people there. It was really an honor. That shows that, you know, our voices, and it's a great step, and we look forward to do even more than that. And you know, for being in this, you know, taking this task, it's a lot. I know it's not easy for anyone because it takes effort. It's contribution, it's work, and it's voluntarily, you know, mostly. And one thing I'm glad that you spoke there and people are aware of it. And I look forward that our people engage, because my most concern is that our people have to be engaged continually. I know some of our brothers and sisters who might take this case lightly or undermining us, saying, you know, why we need to separate. It's very hard. They look at it as it's impossible. But let me assure them, you know, those who see that, they are really blinded in vision. The only thing they know is what is presented in front of them. But they don't see beyond what is in front of them. And that's the difference between us and them. For, with all due respect to our fellow brothers and sisters who still living in the bubbles of South Sudan, you are oppressed, for goodness sake. You've been humiliated. You've been, you know, downgraded even less than a citizen. Even if they said second citizen, it will be mercy. I don't think you have any, they don't give you mercy to that extent to be even calling you second citizen. They consider you not citizen at all. You don't even have a right to be called part of South Sudan. Nonetheless, even the Equatoria land that you own by inheritance. So the issue of Equatoria is clear to us. So for people like me and like my brother Hakim and many who advocate for the case of Equatoria, it's clearly we see beyond what we are presented by. And that's why we're advocating for this case, you know, and a step forward. For us, our foundation is not based on fictional foundation as some assume. The fictional foundation, I would say, is the South Sudan itself. Because when you look at South Sudan, basically, it was based on a false notion. Nothing came to pass. Going back even to the New Sudan that John Garang once used it as a slogan to call all the intellectuals, all the academics to join him to achieve this New Sudan. What is this New Sudan? It does not exist. The same thing today, the South Sudan does not exist. What exists is tyranny. What exists is tribal hegemony. And as we all have been clear on that base since the day we came out here speaking, that the tribal hegemony of Dinkinism is beginning to show a deep, you know, or say called a critical danger to our existence and our identity. For us, our foundation is based on our identity, our land. And that's why we strive for independence of Equatoria. You know, it's very crucial for us to acknowledge that the challenges we face is there. We don't deny it. It's there because we are realistic, you know. Being realistic is better than being, you know, idealistic. Yes, ideal is important when you are guided by this vision. But realistic also, you have to be realize that there is challenges, and undoubtedly the obstacles are there because the enemies of progress will not want to see Equatoria progress. So for my point is that with all these things known, we have maintained ourselves. Even the amazing thing, we have based our ideals and realism together on that perspective. Our ideals is to see Equatoria rise to what it's supposed to be. Equatoria is not simply an Equatoria that people assume. Equatoria has a potential beyond even what's so-called other neighboring African countries. I know that for a fact in the history that was quoted by a former colonialist. They have ascertained that they say, you know what, if those people got the tools, these people will progress beyond our imagination, and they can even be a threat to the West. And indeed, that's what happened. And that's what's going to happen. Not yet, but it's going there. But we're not going to threat anyone. All our focus is we want to establish a world, a society that can respect others and can look forward to a greater, you know, participation in the world of today. Because the world is always now, if you look at it, we are now what's so-called one global, you know, world, as you could see, even though maybe Trump is against that, the globalization and all these things. But some people have a different view of globalization. But I look at it from perspective of what is the benefit of it? The benefit that when you are immersed in the world, you become part of the world. You get to, share ideas and gain ideas, or share things that you might have it that others don't have it. And as we see in China once, is a great example. I would say China, because China once in the past, during Mao Zedong, we go back to the history of him, when he started his communist move and all that to build China, he did lock China for a while, but he locked it so they can actually reassess themselves. But then when the opportunity came and they were open to the world, what happened? China today became an influential power in the world, even challenging the West. See, so in this world, when you see yourself, being treated or being in the underdog side, what you need to do is you need to assess yourself. You need to gather yourself. You need to collect yourself. And that's what we call for this Equatoria independence. Because Equatoria, it's our beginning. It's our, what's so-called the beginning,
Yeah, I think if I can.
You hear me now?
Yeah, you're back. Yeah, welcome.
Yes, sorry. I don't know if you heard me most of the time.
Message to Daniel. I think you dropped by mistake. We're trying to make you a moderator, and then you just pressed the wrong button, and then you sort of went down to the floor. Yeah. So please try to come back. Thanks.
I hope you can hear me now. Yes, sorry. I don't know what happened to me. My network, my friends, is really bad. But yes, so there is one thing I want to mention, and also let us because some things that I hope you can hear me, guys. My network is so bad.
Yeah. Your voice is clear now.
Oh, okay, good. What I want to mention here is that there is something that people have is almost taken in a wrong context. You cannot separate the case of your land and politics. What we do, yes, is political, definitely. I will not deny it, and that's why we are right now standing as the opposite channel in the political ground, especially with the so-called opposition. With all due respect to them, who are calling in the circle of Sudan, South Sudan. These groups have never brought anything other than just repeated, so-called repeated disc, been running around for a while. I'm not dissing them down, but I'm saying that in their ground of argument, it seems like their argument is based on that record. It's not based on something new. But for us Equatorian nationalists, when we came out and we started speaking, we put some things that no one else ever dared to speak. Even today, you could hear voices in different areas, non-Equatorians who are now speaking. Yes, it might be right for us now, or it might be the time for us to also call for opting out from South Sudan unity, because this unity have never brought us anything but destruction and wars and violence and so on. So we, the voices of Equatorian nationalists, when we came out and spoke on the principle of the land, on these things that has been never spoken before, because I'll be honest with you, I always hear most of the opposition focus on the power sharing, focus on the root cause, focus on how to change the regime, but they never focus on the people and the land and the identity, as we, the Equatorian nationals, who are focused daily on that, because this is our grassroots, this is our pinpoint where we start, So you have to understand, we, the Equatorian, have started that, and that's why I say land is politics. And I want people to understand this. This is my quotation to what I believe when people try to say we can separate politics and land. We can never separate it, because land is politics and politics is land. Again, I repeat it, land is politics and politics is land, because where ownership is power and power shapes the future. And if you look at it, these people who are now governing us illegitimately, illegally, where they are governing us, they're governing us within the Equatoria territory, and they're demanding to be there by force against our will. So we, the people of Equatoria, have the right to call for our land, our independence, and that's where our independence starts. We're not looking for power sharing. We're not looking for regime change, as much as we're looking for our full independence. When we say full independence, that's automatically regime change. That's not even a question mark. That's a regime change. That's a challenge to all those other groups who speak on the circle or on that bubble of so-called South Sudan and the SPLM conflict with the opposition. We are not a simple this definition of opposition, a revolutionary movement, people who came out from the people, not from the so-called elites or so-called former SPLMs. We are not those kind of people. We're different. That's why we state our case clearly. And we want to reiterate this to all our Equatorians, that you guys need to understand that when we speak here, we speak out of love for you. And we speak out of concern and you're right. We're not speaking here for promotion ourselves. We're not speaking here to compete against other organizations. And I repeat, we don't compete. I despise this competition, because anyone who feel like they have to compete, they are only in this insecure side. They are insecure completely, either as organization or as individuals, because what we speak here is for our people, our right, our people, and our history and culture. So you have to understand. So this struggle is a struggle for the future, a struggle to shape our future and to protect our land and heritage. And that's why we stand for this. And yes, like I repeat again earlier, I mentioned we have obstacles. No, undoubtedly we have a lot of obstacles, but these obstacles is not going to stop us or deter us from our right. Because when we come up here, we call for mobilization of all Equatorians. What we do here, we're not talking here to create a speech, okay? We're not here to speak for the sake of speech rhetorics. We're speaking here for people who have the same value, the same feeling and understanding. They need to work with us. We are different organizations, but we are coming together now. And even today, later, as I have given alert earlier to Brother Hakim and Brother Dunglaw and so many others in the Equatoria movement, we are going to have a meeting, and hopefully that will be the beginning, a historical beginning for us as Equatorian nationalists to establish what's called the foundation that will lead us to our liberty indeed. And I know, and I'm confident, to be honest with you, I'm confident that we're going to achieve this. There's nothing impossible in that part. One thing also I want to remark is that, our unity, as earlier, many of you have spoken here, I was in and out because of the network, but indeed, unity of Equatoria is everything. And we as Equatorians, we are proud that this unity came here recently. We inherited from our ancestors. Yes, we've been challenged. Even some people try to challenge our unity by dividing some individuals to be the voices of us as Equatorians. That's why we see these governors in Equatoria who have been given power to divide our communities. They give him power to create havoc in our societies, but they never succeeded because the Dinkanism regime tried so hard. And not only them, unfortunately, I wish it was only the Dinkas now who are also have hatred toward Equatorial. There's other groups, and we all know them. I don't have to mention, you know them. Some of them who oppose the idea of Equatoria to be independent. These groups, they're coming from a community who are non-Equatorian, and they want to see Equatoria divided. Even they're trying to create, and they want to put input some false notions that Equatorian, you guys are not united, you can never be united, That's why you see them in their forums when they open up and they talk about Equatoria. They like to mention tribes instead of focusing that Equatoria is not one tribe. Equatoria is the whole tribe of Equatoria. So my friends and brothers and sisters of Greater Equatoria, our enemies are there. They are afraid of what we stand. And every time we speak like that, it challenges their hearts, their mind, because they can never come to our ground. Our ground was established for us before even we were born by our ancestors, and now we're keeping it, and we're going to continue to promote it and also move forward to establish what Equatoria Utopia. Yes, it might be a dream, but trust me, nothing is impossible as long as you put your mind on it. You remember the world in the time when these so-called the NASA, if you ever studied about them, which that was some of the studies that I did in the past, what they did, like people, when they came up with this shuttle to create all these things, it looked like a dream. It looked like it's impossible, but they achieved it. Today, the world have dominated the sky, the space, So if people who were in the ground never yet saw a plane fly, but they had that vision to create something that would make them fly up to the sky, even up to the space and beyond it, like to the moon and others. And now they're planning to go to the Mars, and even planning a human being to go there. Imagine, if these people can do it, are we not able to do what we can do for our people? And we're doing only the simplest thing compared to those people who have done something greatly marvelous than us. People who actually establish a metal to create it so they can go up to the sky and see other world. So what I'm saying is that it's time for us to not undermine our capability. We need to work together on that perspective. And I pray that you guys, when you listen to us, don't just take our word as a speech or something that we talk all the time. Take it as a way for you to motivate you and then work with us, because what we want is you to cooperate with us. Cooperation between, especially you in diaspora, Equatorians, will help a lot. And if you cannot, you don't think you can do anything in these organizations, I want you to do something. I want you to speak to other Equatorians around you in the neighborhood, wherever you are. If you're in America, Europe, like Brother Hakim went there in Brisbane, spoke to many people. He made what's so-called a touring. And that's great, because this can actually enlighten those who are not familiar, because there's some Equatorians who are not in social media all the time. Some Equatorians are somewhere. So you need to speak to them, remind them, tell them, hey man, you need to come here. And there is group who are speaking and mobilizing Equatoria to join, the movement that we can liberate our people. Because remember, this is our future. We have to make it. Let it be the generation that we remembered, that you are the generation who actually saved Equatoria, not the generation that disappointed and failed Equatoria. So I will not go long, but I want to say thank you, Brother Hakim, for the moment. We have a lot to do. And indeed, this task is not an easy task. It's not an individual task. It's not one organization task. It's collectiveness. And we need to always hold that unity, by faith, by believing in what our ancestors gave us. And we need to keep it, because that's all that matters to us. It doesn't matter who will be the top of the leadership, but what matters is us as Equatorian, because if we don't have that heart, I don't think we will go forward. And let us always do things by a pure heart, not by, so-called this false ambitions. Because as human beings, we all have vanity. Even I can admit to myself, sometimes we have vanity, because you can be the most smartest guy in the world. You can be the most incredible person in the world. And whatever you have in you, God gave you. But let not vanity take over, because if vanity take over, then when you lose the vision and you lose the focus, and then the objective will not be achieved. So I pray that our people will take this with their heart, and I know our enemies also are listening, but we don't care, because we Equatorians, we are proud and we know who we are, and we stand for our principles. So thank you, Brother Hakim. Thank you all for giving me the chance. I'll stop for now. Thank you.
شكرا كثير أستاذ أتيكا الكلمات الطيبات انت اللي قلتها. كويس انه عشان الرسالة تصل، ودي واحدة برضو من ثمرات زيارة القيادة لأستراليا كوينزلاند مدينة بريسبن، انه الأصوات لازم الصوت هسه قالوا قبل شوية أستاذ أتيكا، وقالوا قبله المتحدثين الآخرين، شيلوا الجزئيات دي ناقشوها. أستاذ أتيكا ركز على حكاية الأرض، هي ضروريات الحياة. الأرض دي هي كل حاجة، حتى في الديمقراطيات الغربية، الستاندر الغربي ده في حاجة اسمها الدوائر الجغرافية. الدوائر الجغرافية دي انت بتنتخب ناسك يمشي يمثلوك في درجات عليا في برلمان وغيره، مجالس تشريعية وغيره. فيبقى انه هنا الأرض هي أساس كل حاجة، الأرض هي أساس الحياة، غير قابلة للتداول السياسي الما بيخدم شنو غرض. دي وحدة أو جزئية أنتوا تناقشوها مع بعض في شكل بتاعت جروبات. الأستاذ أتيكا برضو ذكر حتة وحدة الاستوائيين، وده موروث مجتمع يعني ماشي يتعامل بفعل الساسة. الحاجات اللي عندها علاقة بالتمرحل المجتمعي ده أنت بتمسك الأساس أنت جيت لقيت نفسك كده، أنت حتجي تبني عليه، والبيجي بعدك بيجي يبني عليه. ودي مسؤولية تاريخية بتاعت كل إنسان بيحب الخير لأهله وللمحل اللي هو قاعد فيه، ده هو لأنه ده بيتك. جزئية أخيرة برضو أستاذ أتيكا ذكر اللي هو بعض المنتفعين يعني المصطلح الجديد في الانقايات اللي بيحب مثلا على حساب اهله داير يتحصل على بعض الاشياء الدنيويه، مثلا وزاره، انا قلت طلع وزير، بنسمع هنا وهناك، انا قرأت طلع وزير، ما اعرف انه بيجا دومينيت او بيجا جني زي ده، وعينوهم في وظائف سياسيه لشق الصف عشان عبر سياسه فرق تسد ديفايد عن كونكر. الناس دي فشلت ليه؟ لأنه الفاونديشن بتاع الجو ده موروث مجتمعي ثقافي من الصعب حتى القوى الاستعمارية الغربية بآلاتها الكبيرة دي ما بتقدر تحارب مكونات عندها الميزات زي دي. فالناس اللي قاعدين في جي1 ديل قاعدين يحلموا حاجاتهم دي حتبقى حكاية وما حتطبق. حتى التغيير الديموغرافي اللي قاعد يحصل على مستوى الأرض ده بين ليلة وضحاها. شفتوا رمشة عين، التاريخ هيشهد لنا المنتديات دي ما مسجل. شفت في رمشة عين الهون شالوا ده كله يرجع لاصحابه، unless انك انت تكون دايره، وده بيكون بعد ده حالات بتاعت اختيار شخصي individual. لكن الراي الجمعي والتوجه الجمعي اي زول داري حقه ده ما في زول تاني يشيله. حتى ربنا اداك الحق ده، شفت ربنا خلقنا ده ذاته ادانا الحق ده انه دي حاجه حقتك انت، وانت برضه تحترم حاجات الناس التانيين. شكرا كثير. انا ما شايف الدكتور حكيم دارو معانا في منصه تلفون الليله، بالمناسبه فيه مشكله. استاذ دانيال مرحب بك، اتفضل. العنوان هو زياره وفد او القياده السياسيه لتحالف الشعب الاستوائي لاستراليا ولايه كوينزلاند مدينه بريسبن بقيادة رئيس الحزب الدكتور حكيم داري وعضو المكتب السياسي الدكتورة ألما. وزيارة كانت مثمرة من ثمراتها. الناس اتكلمت عن حاجات كثيرة جاية من الشعب ذاته نفسه. الإكواتوريين يتكلموا عن وحدة الصف الاستوائي، ويتكلموا عن مسؤولية الهوية كمسؤولية بتاعت أي شخص في الرقعة الجغرافية المسمى إكواتوريا ذاك. تفضل.
شكرا لك دنقلاوي والإخوة الدكتور حكيم داريوس والأخ أوديسيوس توتال والأخ أيكو وكل الناس اللي قبل كان فوق هنا وكل المستمعين. إن شاء الله صوتي واضح بس. يا النهارده أنا شايف في مشكلة في النتورك، لأن مرات أنا بشوف بعض منكم ومرات أنا ما قاعد أشوف. مرات أنا بكون الغرفة ذاته بتنزلني، ومرات أنا بشوف أنا فوق هنا. فبس يعني I just hope الكلام ده هتمشي بدون يعني مقاطعات. دي حاجة واحدة. الحاجة الثانية طبعا يا هو يعني أنا داير أسلمكم كلكم من جديد، وأنا داير أقول يعني بالنسبة لموضوع بتاعت الغرفة هو موضوع جميل جدا، اللي هو message from Equatoria Day Celebration in Brisbane, Australia. أنا طبعا استمعت على الغرفة من قبل، فأنا كنت مشغول لحد هسه أنا في الشغل، لكن عندي شوية بريك كده، فقلت برضه أقدم مداخلة. Let me chip in with some ideas. فأنا داير أعتذر للأخ دكتور حكيم لأنه هو كان في اتصال معي تقريبا في خلال الفترات الفاتة، لكن كان عندي مشكلة في التليفون. التليفونية الثانية أنا غيرته، فعشان كده في مرحلة الترانزيشن تقريبا أنا كنت ما قادر عشان أعمل communication مع الناس. So I just want to apologize for that. حاجة الثانية أنا برضه داير أشكرهم for going there to Australia and engaging with the people there. So أنا هتكلم في حاجات بسيطة. يعني نمرة واحد اللي هو مسج بتاع إيكواتوريا اللي هسه ماشي برا هنا. طبعا يعني over the years يا جماعة إحنا كنا قاعدين نتكلم في موضوع بتاع إيكواتوريا بأصواته المختلفة شفتها، بالإضافة ل كل المجموعات اللي بتتكلم في موضوع بتاع constituency بتاع إيكواتوريا. فطبعا أنا شايف هسه the message is gaining traction. الخبر ده خلاص ماشي لقدام، في كل ربوع الدنيا بالذات الأماكن اللي فيه Equatorians و non-Equatorians. فأنا بشوف إن بالذات في أستراليا المسج دي وقع هناك بطريقة واضحة. And I see إن أستراليا ذاتها من المناطق أو من الدول اللي أنا بشوف إن يعني نشاط بتاعت المجموعات الاستوائية دي كان هناك من زمان. لكن the discussions about Equatoria and social media has actually ignited the interest one more time. يعني في نفوس الناس الاستوائيين ما أظن بس في أستراليا لكن كمان في أوروبا وفي أمريكا الشمالية وحتى في جنوب السودان والمناطق الأخرى. So that is good news. I think it is a cause for celebration بالنسبة لإيكواتوريا يعني nationalist constituency. دي حاجة نمرة واحد أنا داير أقول كده. فلازم مسج ده يمشي لقدام بطريقة فعالة وبطريقة قوية عشان شنو إحنا نعمل توعية للناس بتاعنا عشان شنو خبر دي يعني إن شاء الله يشكل قبول الناس ويشكل ذات شنو رؤية بتعمل للمشاكل اللي بتحصل في شنو في جنوب السودان. ففعلا جزء من كونفرنس ده أنا شفته عشان كان هم تقريبا خدوا بعض الحاجات في فيسبوك مثلا الرقصات الشعبية وكده وشفنا بعض منه يعني it was a great day. وفي كان قبل كده كمان عملوا كونفرنس تقريبا ذاته في شنو في مصر في إيكواتوريا. فيا جماعة أنا أقدر أقول هنا إن شنو the message is going out and we are now actually reinvigorating. إحنا قاعدين ننشط شنو الكيان الموجود في الشعب الإيكواتوري. شفته عشان كده we need to continue with that. الحاجة الثانية يعني أنا داري يعني I want to lay down what I'm talking about. I already talked about the message of Equatoria and I talk about the conference in Australia, and then I'm going to talk about our people, and then I'm going to talk about our constituency with the Equatoria, and then our identity. I'll talk about that also, and then I will also talk about the vision of the state for the nation of the Equatoria. About that, I will talk about our unity and the national anthem. Dr. Hakim played it there to our hearings. I usually like to speak like this so that at least I guide my discussion عشان ما يكون يعني زي كلام بس يعني واحد بيتكلم في مجموعة من الموضوعات لكن غير موضوع. Now with regards to our people يا جماعة يعني كلام ده قبل الدكتور حكيم قال هنا يعني our people started living as people من زمان يعني. رغم إحنا يعني قبائل we are tribes in Equatoria لكن يعني before the formation of nationhood يعني our people used to live in peaceful coexistence. شفتها؟ وده الحاجة الماشية من أجيال الفاتك لحد شنو أجيال بتاعنا العصر هنا فوق. فبالتالي this is actually a blessing in disguise that our people really need to capitalize on, because يعني الشعب ده أصلا هم قاعدين هناك وهم بدأ في formation بتاع idea بتاع nationhood. والnationhood كان يعني لو ما في interruptions من قبل المستعمرين الإنجليز والمحليين ولحد الدولة السودانية يعني كان بقى الكلام ده قطع مشوار كبير جدا. شفته؟ فده يعني this is our background. We have been there all along. وحاجة تانية أنا بدي أضيف في كلام ده يعني أنت شفت المستعمر دائما بيقسم الناس الأقوياء يعني the colonialists usually divide people who are strong, people who have a sense of identity, people who live in a certain land, and people who have a certain cultural aspect to their life. أنت لو شفت مثلا يعني بالذات المستعمرين الإنجليز وغيرهم من المستعمرين الآخرين هم بيقسم الناس دائما شنو يعني أقوياء. أنت لو شفت الأقران مثلا في جزء منهم قسموه لتركيا، في جزء منهم قسموه لسوريا، لإيران ولا شنو للعراق. ليه؟ لأن هم ناس عندهم ايدنتيتي بتاعهم. شفت؟ عشان كده عشان ما يسبب مشكلة للمستعمر قسموه لشنو؟ لمجموعات صغيرة في الدول المختلفة اللي أنا قلتها. So the same thing with Equatoria if you look at it. يعني الشعب بتاع إيكواتوريا بغير الناس بيقول لي إني يا أخي ناس إيكواتوريا جايين من أوغندا ولا من كونغو ولا من كينيا. نو، إحنا أصلا قاعدين في منطقة دي من زمان. يعني been there since even before the other groups were identified. لكن طبعا المستعمر شاف القوة في الوحدة بتاعت الاستوائيين ما بعد الكونستيتوينسي، عشان كده هم بقى قسموا الجزء مننا لأوغندا، والجزء مننا يا قاعد في جنوب السودان، والجزء مننا في الكونغو، والجزء مننا في كينيا وغيره من الدول الثانية. So this is not because إحنا ضعفاء، لكن ده because we were strong وإحنا لسه قويين ذات نفس الوقت. And then to make us weaker, what the colonialists thought is to divide us into those regions. عشان كده ده يعني كان battle بالنسبة للناس اللي بقول يا أخي Equatorians who come from Uganda وكده وغيره. This is false. It's a false pretext to create doubt in people's heads. لكن الحقيقة يا جماعة this area has been intact together. لكن الناس اللي قسموا area دي شنو ناس المستعمرين and then they redraw the borders. So عشان كده I really want to speak strongly. الناس النهارده بيقول لنا يا أخي أنتوا غالبين وأنتوا ضعفاء you need to go back to where you come from. This is false. We should really reject that notion completely. So
Daniel, based on that point, people sometimes wonder whether these thinkers are really educated. Just want to perpetuate ideas is actually unimaginable. Well, thank you. Go ahead.
No, it is not like I'm educated or not educated, but it is a propaganda. There are people in this world they are using a policy of throwing the mat. اللي هو شنو؟ سياسة بتاعت رمي بتاعت اللي هو التين. انتوا شفت ناس بالذات الناس اللي جايين من إيكواتوريا when you are building your house بالذات تكلس بتاعنا ده انت بتشيلوا تين وانت بترمي في شنو؟ في الأماكن الفاضية. So whatever sticks and in the end of the day a wall is made. فالناس دول هم عارفين هم بيعملوا شنو. They try to create a doubt in our hearts and minds. They try to throw the mat, and when it sticks and it becomes a reality. عشان كده they really know what they're doing. عشان كده we ourselves we need to know who we are so that when these things like this come we can be able to really put an end to it. So that is us. We have been a nation and as a people even before the formation of the country that is called Sudan and South Sudan now. Instead, they are the ones who try to bring us into the folds of Sudan. لكن يا هم مشروع ده يعني من زمان ما نجح because Equatoria is viewed as a threat. شفت الكلام ده simply because we have existed as a nation وإننا يوم ملامح شنو بتاع nation. So عشان كده ده نقطة مهم جدا يعني أنا عايز أتكلم فوق so that our people understand. ما يغشون يعني. أنا ما أدري أطول فوق لكن النقطة الثانية maybe I'll come back to that later. لكن النقطة اللي أنا داير أتكلم عنه هو constituency بتاعنا بتاع إيكواتوريا. شفتها؟ يعني constituency ده يعني زي ما إحنا بنتكلم في موضوع بتاع identity. أنت لو شفت المنطقة بتاعت الاستوائية دي يا جماعة إنه كل مقاومات بتاعت nation بتاعت اللي هو يا identity بتاعنا يا معروف. إحنا أصلا شعب بيسموه الاستوائيين اللي بتقع في قلب أفريقيا. And this is a distinction we really need to make because يعني في a lot of Equatorians في شنو في العالم لكن عشان إحنا نكون distinct إحنا الإيكواتوريين الموجودين وين في وسط أفريقيا. So عندنا عرق بتاعنا شفت عندنا لغات بتاعنا عندنا identity بتاعنا عشان كده it becomes an envy to so many people. شفت معظم الحاجات اللي بيعملوا لنا دي يا جماعة it is not because of الكراهية لكن أنا بشوف إن دي نتيجة لشنو اللي هو الانفي في وسط الناس. شفت عشان كده أنا بشوف إن يعني إننا identity بتاعنا اللي هو بيتكون من 3 حاجات اللي إحنا بنتكلم عنه ده. شفت اللي هو الأرض وياهو شنو اللي هو الثقافة الناس يعني اللي بيجمعنا شنو هو الثقافة بتاعت السلام، ثقافة بتاعت التفاهم مع بعض، وكمان ثقافة بتاعت حل المشكلات بالطرق السلمية. وحاجة ثانية زي دي يعني واحد من الحاجات اللي احنا يعني شلناه كمان ان شنو الديانات المحلية ذاته اننا والديانات السماوية، مثلا الدين المسيحي والدين شنو الاسلامي الاسا، يعني احنا شلنا الحاجات السلميه فوق عشان برضه يقوي من شنو من اللي هو ايدنتيتي بتاعنا، اللي هو هويه بتاعنا كاستوائي. عشان كده انا بشوف ان يا جماعه في حاجات كتير لصالحنا في كل كلام ده. شفت بس يعني we need to coin our message بطريقه كده بسيط وواضح عشان شنو ناسنا يفهموا يعني ناسنا طبعا يا في وقت الحالي يعني people are divided into different camps. شفتها؟ وده بعد مرات بيخلي بعض الناس بيفقدوا امل، لان حسيت لو شفتها في داخل جنوب السودان ذاته شعوب بتاع استوائيه ملخبطين حقيقه مع بعض الشعوب الموجودين في جنوب السودان. يعني we are all interwoven into this culture بتاع جنوب السودان. شفتها into idea بتاع nation. عشان كده بتلقى في ناس ذاته شغالين مع حكومه، في ناس بيعملوا بيزنس بتاعه، وناس بيشوف ان كلام دي حياه العاديه يعني. طبعا في ناس بيشوف ان كمان احنا كاستوائيين احنا ساهمنا في كل نضالات جنوب السودان دي، فبالتالي we have a lot to lose really if we want to talk about this thing, these ideas about Equatoria. لكن if you look at it بعد الإخوة هنا قال كلام ده يعني actually in this situation in which we are now we are actually losing more than we are actually gaining. And we are losing more. We are losing our lands. We are losing part of our identity. We are losing part of our peaceful coexistence. We are losing some of our cultural heritage. يعني بقى بيصعب لبعض الناس عشان يفهموا اوكي هو اوي يعني بالذات يعني generations بتاع زمان و generations بتاع شنو الشباب الحالي. It takes an extended effort to make people understand. وكلام ده يا جماعة بعد مرات بيشيل زمن طويل. Some of these things are not going to happen in a very short period of time. لكن يعني that will not mean that it will not happen. And we cannot also listen to voices alone. Okay, yeah, this is just going to be a dream. انت لو شفتها في فكرة بتاع جنوب السودان ده كويس، ما الفكرة ده بدأ قبل 100 سنة. أجداد بتاعنا كان بيحارب المستعمرين بحراب بحجارة وحاجات بالشكل ده. And then when our people became educated, يعني the first group of the pioneers, the champion idea بتاع جنوب السودان ده، هم بدأوا بأفكار زي ده. يعني مثلا زول زي إقري جادين هو من أول من نادى بشنو، and he is one of those who called for an independent South Sudan, like in the officially in the round table in 1965. So how many years it took before South Sudan now become an independent? 30 years. وقبل كده كان في يعني نداءات تانيين قبل ده which form actually the basis for this independent South Sudan. فبالتالي يعني الكلام ده بعد مرة ما بتحصل بسرعة. شفتها؟ And that should not give other people the license that they should not call for it, or she should discourage you from talking about your constituency. لكن every generation built on what the previous generation have done. شفت؟ لكن شوف من idea تأجر جادين من منادى بموضوع بتاعين في سلطة جنوب السودان over the years, you know, في أديس أبابا agreement in 1972 حققوا الحكم المحلي لجنوب السودان. And then after that, people went back to resume the struggle. في النهاية in 2011 يبقى شنو ناس دخلوا في ريفرندم يا شنو بيقوا كونوا شنو دولة جنوب السودان. So النقطة هنا إنه شنو يعني ناس برضو يستمر في كلام، يستمر في تخطيط، يستمر في وضع الرؤية المستقبلية للconstituency بالذات في الوقت الحالي. يعني بما يسمى بجنوب السودان يعني ما بقى ما ماشي بطريقة كويسة زي ما أنت تشوف. كل الأمثلة واضحة، شفت واضحة قدامنا. والدولة ذاتها بقى بدأ بالتفكك. يعني الدولة دي حسب بقى زي دولة بتاعت يعني أسرة حقيقة. إنه مشاكل زول ده اللي هو كان السكرتير الإعلامي ترئيس، وموضوع بتاع انشقاق بتاع نيال دين من الحركة الشعبية، فبقى في باك اند فورث يعني interactions بين الوالدة وتاني ويك. فبقى يعني من قراءتي للموضوع ده بتيجي تلقى إن شنو يعني ناس خلاص بدأ يشوف إن جنوب السودان ده بقى زي الدولة بتاعهم أو دولة أسرية. عشان كده النقطة هنا الآن داير أقول إن شنو أنت النهارده لو عندك فكرة، عندك مخطط، ده تتكلم عن المنطقة بتاعك، الشعب بتاعك، الإقليم بتاعك، أنت أبدأ الكلام فيه. المستقبل ده إذا ما بتقرب، لكن شنو الظروف الزمانية والمكانية والأجيال المستقبلية شنو هم بيقترن المستقبل. دور بتاعك إن شنو you do what you need to do. النقطة قبل الأخيرة اللي هو موضوع بتاع الناشونال أنثم ده. الناشونال أنثم تقريبا جميل، لكن يعني going forward I think we need to review it عشان شنو كان في حاجات الدري إضافة يضيفوه، وكان في نقاط الدري قوية. شفتها صحيح هي بتتكلم عن الاستوائية، لكن زي ما أنا قلت يعني الاستوائية دي لازم تكون محددة. دي استوائية، دي الاستوائية الموجودة وين؟ في أفريقيا. لأنه لو إحنا بس بنقول يعني إيكواتوريا ده في أماكن كثير، في إيكواتوريا غينيا، في إيكواتوريا وريفا، وفي إيكويتر، وهو عندنا شنو استوائية بتاعنا الموجود في أفريقيا، في قلب أفريقيا، اللي بتضم كل الولايات الثلاثة اللي إحنا بنتكلم عنها، والمجموعات الثقافية اللي إحنا بنتكلم بشوفها. عشان كده دي كل حاجات كويس. حاجة الثالثة الأخيرة اللي أنا أتكلم فوق هي موضوع بتاع الوحدة بتاع نظام الشعب. يعني إحنا النهارده يا جماعة من المنابر اللي إحنا بنتكلم فوق ده، أنا بشوف إن شنو إحنا أحسن نتكلم بكثرة. يعني لازم نتكلم عن وحدة شعوب الاستوائية، لأن شنو لو إحنا ما تكلمنا في الموضوع ده يعني بعد الجهات التانية هم عايزين يقسم المجموعات الإكواتورية دي عشان تكون شنو يعني تشاكل ما بعضهم البعض، وفي النهاية شنو كل الحاجات اللي إحنا بنتكلم عنها دي ما حتتحقق، وبالتالي في النهاية حيكون الانتصار للناس التانية. فالمهم أنا هجيب هنا في مكاننا، فلو بعدين في فرصة تانية أنا هيجي وواصل في بعض النقاط اللي أنا ما اتكلمت فوق هسه. فشكرا لكم وشكرا للفرصة.
just a quick تعقيب بسيط بالنسبة لل the wording of the anthem. Just drawing on the example of the flag. When we came up with the flag, we adopted the flag of the Anyanya, and we wanted also to remind people about the unity of Equatoria before. يعني استوائية كانت مديرية واحدة, and it used to have one flag. And we want to remind ourselves that is where we were one people and united, technically speaking. And we want to, pedal back from where we are now, where we have, our people living in a failed state and so on. So we put that to the public. There were different options of the flag. So ultimately, the one that we're using now was from the vote of the people. But also, this is not final, because some people may say we just need the colors, but we don't need the rhino. But the rhino serves a purpose for now. So the idea here is that as and when Equatoria becomes, free, people will decide what flag they want. They might even want to change this altogether. But this one saves us for the time being. It saves this generation, saves those who are, who want to, identify themselves. And I think the combination of the Anyanya sacrifices plus the history and heritage of Equatoria makes it reasonable for us to assume the colors of the flag, and whatever is in our current flag. This is what we want to rally behind. The people will ultimately decide what they want to replace it with. That's number one. Number two, regarding the anthem. Likewise, we're just following the model of the flag. If we have a flag, why don't we have an anthem or a coat of arms and so on? What do we have to wait? We just have to get something that we work with to rally our people, our troops behind it. And then, of course, ultimately, the people will decide. So the anthem itself is subject to revision. We always welcome improvement, and improvement may be very creative, very innovative. That's what we stand for. But for now, I think this anthem is not final. It's serving the purpose of running the people, just like the flag. And I've seen the emotion that is generated from the people who listen to it, who identify with the flag, with the songs. It's like, it's beautiful. But the only criticism that was sounded is that it's not in one of our languages, or it's not in R-ARCSS. But a version of it in R-ARCSS will come. A version of it in our different dialects will come. So that is something that we're looking forward to. And we hope to continue to improve on what we've got. So for now, this will serve its purpose, which is to have something and improve than being without anything at all. So that's how we started the flag. And this is how we started the national anthem as well. So thank you.
شكرا دكتور حكيم للتوضيح، ومشكور كثير أخونا أستاذ دانيال صورة للمداخلة. مرة ثانية نشكر الحضور الكريم أخواننا وأخواتنا القاعدين معانا هنا واللي كانوا قاعدين ومرقوا برضه نشكرهم، ونشكر الناس اللي بيجي يحضروا التسجيل فيما بعد، لأن إحنا لسه في انتظار دكتورة آلما، هي من ضمن الوفد اللي كان مشى أستراليا كوينزلاند بريسبن في فعاليات اليوم الثقافي الاستوائي، زي ما سمعتوا من دكتور حكيم ومن كل الناس المتداخلين حتى ما مشوا هناك. الزيارة جابت نتائجها يعني، والناس هناك تكلم عن حاجات ملموسة اللي هو وحدة الاستوائيين، وتكلم عن الهوية وتواصل الأجيال. ومؤكد الحاجات دي ما جات من فراغ، دائما التفاعلات بتكون عندها حاجات قاعد تغذيها. يعني المشهد الجنوب السوداني البوليتيكا السينا نحن شايفينه هسه قاعد يحصل في دولة جنوب السودان، عنده حاجات، ودي هو قضية المرحلة. فالمسألة ما مسألة أنك أنت تحقق الأشياء يعني في الوقت الآني أو المستقبلي أو بعد كم ساعة. الإشكال في أنك أنت كيف أو أنتو بصيغة الجمع نصل لنقطة بتاعت الحاصل شنو في البلد دي اللي اسمها ساوث السودان. هل الوضع هناك طبيعي ولا وضع غير طبيعي؟ وإذا الوضع ما طبيعي أنه مفترض أنك أنت تعمل شنو؟ لابد أن يكون في 1 2 3 عشان أنت تطلع من الوضع الغير طبيعي. مؤكد ما في إجماع في الحياة بتاعت بنو آدم البشرية. يعني حتى الرسل يوم جو ما كان في إجماع. ليوم الليلة في ناس قاعدين لا دينيين، ما بالك في وقت الرسالة وزمن الأنبياء والرسل أحياء، ودي ما فرقت يعني أساسا يبقى إنه رسالة ماشية. يلا الشيء يلينا كبشر كناس مواطنين وبنو آدمين في أي محل باسم البشرية، أنت لو عندك إشكال ما أعتقد أنه يكون أنت تخاطب بزوايا تانية، لأنه الزاوية بتاعت الرؤية الوضع الطبيعي أنه تكون شنو؟ أنا ما بقول موحدة لكن تكون شبه موحدة. أنت عندك شنو؟ بالذات لو الحاجات مثلا عندها علاقة بحياة الناس. يا جماعة دي المداخلة بتاعتي، لأنه كل الناس اتكلمت قبل، خاصية بتحت اليدين مفتوحة، ما في مشكلة. أي زول عنده رأي، عنده سؤال، عنده تعقيب، يجي فوق يقول ما في مشكلة. الإشكال في أنه القا يحصل في جنوب السودان ما فشل دولة براه، لأنه فشل الدولة الإفريقية دي معظمها دول فاشلة. أنا ما أقدر أقول كلها لكن معظمها. يبقى أنه نوع الفشل، تحديد نوع الفشل. هل الفشل ده قاعد يتضرر منه المواطن القاعد في الحلة اللي عليه بس قفة خضاره وتعليم ولاداته ومرض أسرته، إذا مرضوا دارين يتعالجوا؟ إذا هي بقت كده أحيانا بيكون ما في احترام. السوشيال فابريك بيكون قاعد عادي، الناس بيعرفوا انه الناس اللي تسمع، الناس اللي قاعدين في جي 1 ديل ناس مهملين ما رجال دولة. لكن لو فيها مظالم يبقى انه هنا التقييم بيختلف. ممكن الروافع الفكرية هم بيكون اول ناس بيلاحظوا الحتة دي، بيلاحظوا أكثر من الإنسان رجل الشارع العادي القاعد في الحل. ما رجل الشارع العادي بمفهوم الجنوبيين. أنا شايف الجنوبيين قاعدين يقسوا بعض، بيفتكروا إنه الزول العارف نقط والما عارف نقط. لا، في إنسان تلقى ما مهتم، ما بيهتم بالقضايا بتاعت التفاصيل السياسية أو المشاكل العامة دي، ما سياسية. إذا ما سميتها سياسية هي سياسية. فهنا الروافع الفكرية هم بيكونوا عارفين، لأنه موظف دم هم بيكونوا أكاديميين يا ناس فاعلين سياسيا يا نشطاء، سواء كان مجال المجتمعي ولا الثقافي ولا السياسي. يبقى إنه هم لما يلاحظوا الحتة دي، الجهة اللي قاعد ترتكب الحاجات دي اللي هو جي 1 هم بيحسوا بيعرفوا خطورتهم هنا، لأنه ده بيحرك الشارع. أوكي، وانس إنه الشارع عرف إنه في مشكلة، معناته درجة التفاعل بتاعته بتكون أعلى. يلا هنا بعد ده بيحصل الحتة بتاعت السجال السياسي، اللي هو أي زول داير يقول لأخوه لا عشان يمرر أجندة سياسية، في حين أنه ممكن داير يمرر أجندة سياسية باسم الدولة. حقنا حق السودان ده حس الظلم بتاع الجنوب ده ما قاعد يتم من خارج الدوائر الحكومية. في ناس بتجي ترتكب حاجات محددة don't want to mention، انتوا عارفينها، بل ممكن أكتر مني ذاته بحكم أن انتوا كنتوا هناك. أنا ما كنت هناك صراحة يا جماعة، أنا الجنوب ما شفته، أنا بحترف، لكن بسمع زي أي زول وبصدق المؤمن صديق أنه الحاجات دي قاعد تحصل هناك. أوكي، طيب الطبيعي أنه الحاجات دي لما تحصل أنت تمشي وين؟ المجتمعات المتحضرة لما شيء يحصل ما كويس وشيء غير مألوف، أول حاجة أنت ما بتاخد حاجة بيدك، أنت بتمشي المحكمة. الوضع الطبيعي أحسن تمشي المحكمة، لكن هل في محكمة عاصفة في الجنوب؟ ده صايمة. ما نحن شفت رسالة بريسبن دي بالمناسبة فتحت لنا آفاق، ورتنا أنه الشارع العام بالذات الاستوائي شارع يعني مثقف بالفطرة حقته. أربطها بالتاريخ، مؤتمر الجوبة والحراك النقابي أصعب حاجة في الحراكات. الحراك النقابي أصعب من الحراك السياسي. إذا عمل في مصنع أنزارة بتاع النسيج وقاموا به استوائي، ما قاموا به حوسا السودان. أنا بسمع بعض المفكرين الاستوائيين مع كامل الاحترام بيقوموا يقولوا all of us was there. لا يا جماعة، التاريخ أحيانا بالمناسبة داير قلم صادق، وده اللسان في الرواية بتاعت السردية لازم يكون في نوع من المصداقية والصدق في مخاطبة قضايا هي مفصلية بتساعدك وبتساعد الآخرين، كلهم الناس اللي قاعدين في جي 1 ما كلهم سيئين، يكون في واحد منهم أفاضل ونحن الله أعلم. فهنا الحراك بتاع أنزارة ده كريدت تاريخي في حاجة اسمها الأفضليات التاريخية. مرات يمكن مش يمكن always ربنا وراه. حتى السودان القديم ده الدولة الأم نحن كنا فيها عبر التاريخ، ما التاريخ المعاصر. نحن لما نقول المعاصر ده بنتكلم يمكن من جانور فست أو قبل ذاته 1956. ولو عن التاريخ الدولة السودانية الحديثة بنتكلم من دولة العبد الله وربما قبلها. والمجتمعات دي دكتور حكيم ذكرها أنه كانت موجودة قبل تأسيس الدولة الحديثة، سواء كان قاعدين في نفس المحل ده، ما جو كده من المريخ ولا من ساموير. الأفضلية دي السودان القديم، الشريط النيل اللي بيسموه الشريط النيل الحاكم ده في السودان، وعنده امتياز مجتمعي. هل الناس دي شالوا الحاجات دي كلها بقوة السلاح او باساءه استخدام السلطه، لانه هم دائما يقول بيحكموا. يس في جزء عمل كده، لكن لما تمسكها استاتيكالي احصائيا بالنسبه للمئويه القياسيه المعروفه في اي دنيا دي، ما في ساعه السودان برايا جنوبيين. الناس ديل عندهم الافضليه بتاعت الاستقرار لفترات طويله اللي هو من دوله المقره او قبل المسيح ذات. في ممالك كان قائمه في المنطقه ديك، مملكه كرما وغيرها وغيرها وغيرها، وكوش ذاته دوله المقره فيما بعد. جذور ضاربه الواقع المعاش تاريخيا على مستوى الارض. ده قام كون لهم افضليه. بالمناسبه انت من تعيش حياه بتاع السلم لفترات طويله، ده بيفتح لك آفاق بتاع انك انت ذاتك تكون قوة اقتصادية ضاربة. وإذا بقيت عندك قوة اقتصادية ضاربة أنت بتأثر في القرار السياسي حتى لو أنت ما فوقه، حتى لو أنت ما ممثل. ودي الحتة الناجين كاس أو إلدس، وده شغل بتاع مفكرين بتاع إيكاتوريا هم خدوه. ده برنامج زول الحل العادي ما بيفهموا. ده شغل بتاع قواعد فكرية. ليه الحتة بتاعت التغيير الديموغرافي دي إذا عملت لتحقيقات هدف؟ ما هم عارفين الأسبقية بتاعتك، الأفضلية بتاعتك الذاتية، ما عشان أنت أحسن من زول، ما في زول أحسن من زول. الاستقرار بتاعك الفترات الطويلة دي كون لك موروث ثقافي، والموروث الثقافي ده بقى مجتمعي واضح المعالم في قضايا العيش المشترك عن طريق الأكل والثقافة والرقيص والحل والضيافة، دي واضحة باينة قدامك. حتى الزول ما مشى الاستوائية زي كده أنا شفتها في المحل أنا جاي منه، شفتها بعيني ده. يلا ما بالك انت قاعد هناك وسط اهلك، انتم ما شايفين الحاجات دي؟ يلا ديل بنوا خطتهم على شنو؟ لو هم شالوا السلطه في يدهم وانت عندك الافضليه الاجتماعيه احسن منهم بالتاكيد اقتصاديا، لانه ما بتفرز بين الاقتصاد والمجتمع والسياسه، الثلاثي ده مربوط مع بعض في شكل مثلث، والاجتماعي هو الحاجات دي كلها. زي ما الغرب هنا بيقول لك المورد البشري اهم حاجه، ده يوم الريسورسز. هم ما دارينك تعيش الحياة السلمية العادية دي، لأن أنت حتبدع. مثلا طلعوك من مصدر القرار السياسي، هم بقوا قاعدين وقد كان ماي اوبينيون، أنتوا شايف، أنتوا عارفين أكثر مني. أوكي، مسكوا مفاصل الدولة كلها. لو كان خلوك في الوضع الطبيعي، أنت قاعد في أحياء هناك وفي الأرياف في القرى بتنتج زراعة وما عندك مشاكل، وليداتك بيمشوا المدرسة، المجتمع بيكون سلمي. أي مجتمع سلمي المقررات السياسية فيها بتشتغل سريع، عكس المجتمعات المتشاكسه زي الدوله الام. انا ما دار اخش في التفاصيل، انتوا شايفينه الحاصل هناك شنو؟ مش الدائره في البدايه مشت لناس ثانيين، وانا ما دار اتكلم بشكل واضح، لكن في النهايه اي شيء طلع من يدهم. ليه؟ لانه البيئه بتاع الديك حياه بتاع التشاكس، حروبات داخليه، انقسامات قبليه حاده. عشان كده بتلقى القوة النيلية الشمالية دي اللي هو الشريط النيلي ممثلة في 3 مكوناتهم في الأساس. يا جماعة الناس دي ما 3 برام، في ناس بيقولوا شاقية وضناقلة وجعليل، لا، في ناس كتار قاعدين هناك يمكن يحصلوا 10. في رباطات معروفين، وفي مناصير، وفي بديرية، وفي ناس اسمهم عندهم اسم كده حضور. انا ما اعرف ديك ذاته جنسهم شنو نوع الناس ديك، تلقاه شكله هو شكل السودان البني ده، لكن لا عنده رطانه لا عنده هناي، بس قاعد زي ده. يلا مجتمعات زي دي انت ما حتقدر تعيش معهم في صدام. يلا ده ذات اللي حصل في ساعة السودان تجاه الإكواتوريا، وده تخطيط. واربط حاجاتك بالريفرنسز. عندك الكتاب بتاع كارل باجر ده، خلي الناس استهلكوه كتير. في كتاب آخر اسمه وور اند جينوسايد في ساعة السودان، ثمنه ب $35 أمريكي، متواجد في أمازون، ممكن تشتريه. شوف الخطة بتاع الطغمة الحاكمة في جوبا دي ماشية كيف، مقسمة حتى الاستوائية دي عبر حاجات أنا ما دار أقول، لكن الهدف واحد، تحقيق الهدف بالنسبة لهم واحد. طيب هدفهم ده شنو؟ ما دايرينك تعيش أو تنمو النمو الطبيعي، لأنه أنت لو نميت النمو الطبيعي وخلوك زي ده، أنت حتى لو السلطة السياسية في يدهم ستيل، لأنه السلطة السياسية دي ما حتشمل كل الناس. الماعون ضيق، كل ما تتسع الدائرة كل ما الناس البعيدين من الدائرة بتاع صلة النسب، صلة القرابة، الدم، الجهويات، الحلة وكده، ما حيتم كل الناس. لكن التماسك المجتمعي بيخلق لك ابداع بتاع انك انت تقدر تواجه اي حاجه. الزول الثاني ذاك انت بتشوفها، انا ما اقدر اقول اي كلام، لكن انت بتشوف نفسك انت احسن منه لافضليات محدده. يلا اذا جي شاي شعار سياسي دار تجي تقول يا اخي انا دار المهم انكلودين الزول الظالمك ده، المساله دي حلوها كيف؟ المعادلات الرياضيه دي، الجبر ده، اللوغاريتم ده يتفك كيف؟ بيتفك كيف؟ ما انت لازم تفك الطلاسم دي عشان على الاقل تقدر تغني عن الشارع العام، مثلا زي ناس بريسبن ولا ناس لندن ولا ناس كالجاري، ادمنتون، فانكوفر، لويس انجلوس اي محل، داكوتا الشماليه، اي محل يعني. انت ما حتقدر تغنى عن الناس تحت اي مسمى سياسي ما لما انك عارف السيستم ده ماله. هو جميل جدا استاذ علي جاد. فالحاجات دي كلها اذا ما ربطناها مع بعض بتخلق لك واقع، والواقع ده ما حتقدر تتجاوزه. قال قبل شويه اخونا بيتر، انت الواقع ده انت ما حتقدر تتجنب الواقع ده، كان انت داير ولا ما داير الواقع ده حتلقاه قدامك. لكن الواقع بتاع الحكومه اللي قاعد يسووا لكم ده، انتوا براكم مو شايفين، ابنوا قراركم. انتوا ابنوا قراركم. هل الشيء اللي قاعد يحصل في الجنوب ده شيء سوي؟ هل الفواتير انتوا اللي قدمتوها زمان، منو ما عنده زول مات في احراش الجنوب؟ اذا كان الناس زينا ديل وزي ناس اخوي ايفون القاعد تحت هنا، وزي اخوي اتيك اللي كان هنا ده قبل شوي، الما مشينا في المحل ده، نحن كل يوم قاعدين نكورك هنا في الخرطوم، ما عارف نمشي بيكا، ما عارف ابهاتنا يتلتلونا يودونا، ما عارف فلان مات علام مات ماله يا اخي، ضرب انتونوف لقام في محل قاره ضربه. لا 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 والله عرب شالوه، اتهموه سياسيا، خدوه في السجن، قتلوه. يلا ما بالك انت الزول اللي شفت الحاجات دي بعينك وعايشتها، دورك شنو؟ دورك
اسمع دونغولاوي. Yeah, let me just add something little for
Yeah,
what
sure.
you've just started. Yeah. When you look at it from different many angles, and South Sudan narrative totally with the way it was governed for the last 20 years, the indicators are already there. The indicators are actually already there. Fighting for South Sudan is actually fighting against Equatoria. As Antagan mission, the South Sudan, there is no mission for them. It is the destruction of Equatoria. And Equatoria should not exist. But the question is, why should Equatoria be destroyed? What does Equatoria pose as a threat to other communities? There is nothing. Equatoria just wants to be self-reliant with Venezuela and wants to protect its existence. What's wrong with that? What's the basic human rights? You cannot govern me if you don't accept my human rights. Governing me it doesn't mean by suppressing me, you think you are the boss of me. Okay? This is not how life should be. Life may consider. Our existence is all very important. The way we are. Don't impose yourself on me, and I don't have to impose myself on you. That's the way of life. We live in territories. You function there, what you think is freedom for you. But you cannot go and impose it in somebody's territory. The animals couldn't kill them. Equatoria Tagainu is the bonds to carbon chemistry with the hydrocarbons, whereby you find the bonds between carbon and carbon, or carbon and oxygen, or carbon and hydrogen. Tannin are single bonds. تانين دبل تانين أنا بقول tertiary لثلاثة لفوق. So breaking such bonds are not easy because these people have been living together. في intermarriages في تاني كده نبادو كيلا تاني تدو تاني كده كده في تاني ديال أوتي وجد كده كله في تاني دي cousins. So you cannot break these bonds. There is a culture by its entity, by its totality. You cannot come and break it. You want to impose your own ways. As Jamari Kulu come and behave there. No, it can't. It being a human, it accept their differences. These people are different, and we are different. Our ways may not be their ways. If that thing becomes a problem, then let's part. There is nothing wrong with accepting the truth. Sorry, brother Dongola, you can continue.
شكرا كثير استاذ ايكو. دي حقائق الاشياء يعني. اذا الشيء بقى واضح كده والدوله قاعد توجه سهامه تجاهك وانت هنا قاعد تمشي تفتش في تبريرات عشان الواقع اللي قاعد يحصل، انا شخصيا انا ما اعرف السبب شنو. نحن نستنى ونشوف الواقع الماشي يحصل ده. شفت الواقع الماشي يحصل بكره وبعد بكره ده نحن بنشوفه هيجي يحصل شنو. شايفين انه ده قاعد يلوح في الافق، باين الماشي يحصل شنو، باين ما داير له 2 3. ونحن قاعد نتعامل مع مجموعات عدوانيه، ما قاعد نتعامل مع انسان عادي. القوى الشماليه الكاح حاكمه دي معظمها هي مجتمعات يعني مسالمه، الجعليين مسالمين، الدناقله مسالمين، الشايقيه مسالمين، يعني كبار الغول هم ناس ما عدوانيين، ممكن يشتغل معاك سياسه، ولو ضربوك بيضربوا السياسه شويه كده يرهبوك، لكن ما بيمارسوا ضدك العنف الممنهج. بالنسبه لكم انتوا الناس شايفين اللي يحصل في الجنوب ده انتوا براكم يهو غيموا ما شوفوا الحاصل شنو. انتوا براكم هنا قاعدين تكوركم، ما عارف قتلوا ناس فلان، ما عارف كان ناس واحدين جدوا، ما عارف ترجوا ناس تانيين، كان ناس كان جيني في مهدي جد ترجوهم. من في واحد مره حكى لي قال لي في حته اسمها ركن، انا ذاته ما اعرف ركن ده وين، بس مع بيه في ساحه الفيدا somewhere جنبه هناك. قالوا في ناس جو هناك، قالوا جو خططوا المحل. انا في حياتي ما سمعت لي قبل كده في زول بيجي يخطط قريه او مركز مدينه صغنونه كده، ناس تانيين يجوا من نو وير يجي يقول هم دار يخططوا هناك. طيب الناس اللي يخططوا ده تحت سلطه منه؟ السؤال المركزي منو اداهم قوه العين دي؟ ما جايين من السلطه هناك، ادوات الدوله قاعدين يستخدموها ضدك، وانت لسه هنا مستني انه تقول يا اخي انا انترميرج. يا زول الانترميرج ما عنده علاقه بالحقوق والواجبات. انا الليله بنقولها ده لو زول عرس اختي، يا زول انا ما بعرف اختي بس ما بعرف جنازات الا لو جوني صادين في البيت. يا اخي اخوي انا عندي مشكله هناك، انا بقول له امشي بيت راجل ذاك، امشي حلو هناك. اذا صعب عليه تعالي ذاتك انت بيع عيالك ده، ما في زول بيبيع عيال اخواته. تعال اقول لك تعال انت بيع عيالك ده، تعال البيت ده بيتنا نعيش فيه زي ما كنا عايشين زمان لما كنا صغار. لكن ما بشي بيستجي راجل زيي اكون ادنقل راسي تحت راجل زيي يعني. يبقى انه ده اختيار بعد ده. شكرا جزيلا يا جماعه، مشكورين كثير. نشكر ان اخوتنا دي المداخله بتاعتي باي ذا واي، انا من قبل بعمل مودريتنج. اخذنا دكتور عالمه من الناس المحتفى بهم، وده من الوفد المشى كان في زياره لاستراليا في فعاليات اليوم الثقافي الاستوائي، كان في 15 اكتوبر اللي هو في الشهر الحالي نحن الفيه ده. وهناك تمت فعاليات كثيره حلو الكلام من سيدو. الجزئيه نحن كنا اكيد دكتور حكيم غطى الحاجات دي كلها، لكن برضه دكتور عالمه حتجي تغطيها سبيسيفيك في حاجتين طلعوا بها من هناك اللي هي وحده الاستوائيين دي. دكتور عالمه نحن من قبل مستنينها تجي تقولوا لنا. دكتور حكيم وباقي الناس يتكلموا يعني عن مزالة الهوية، يعني ايكو اتيكا كل المتداخلين يتكلموا في الجزئية دي. واخونا برضه استاذ دانيال مرحب بك. استاذه او دكتوره عالمه، كان المفروض نستقبلك بنغمه لكن الدفاية